previous members of meetings of full council, which have extended beyond lunchtime, have struggled to remain quorate. So let's try and get the business dealt with as quickly as we possibly can. Nick, can you provide the SEDERUNT and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Leader. We have apologies from Councillors McComb, McGregor, Stitt, Dempster, Surtees, Marshall and Charteris, and members not present at the start of the meeting are Councillors Hislop and Nicol. We have 34 members present at the start of the meeting.
Thanks, Nick. Do any members have a declaration of interest they wish to make? Councillor Dryburgh and Councillor McLellan.
Chair, I'm the chair of the SSG CHAPELCROSS group, so obviously the item on the CHAPELCROSS. I don't think the declaration is need for me to leave the item, but I thought I'd make that clear.
Councillor McLellan?
Yes, similar, Leader. I'm the vice chair of that same group, so for the same reasons, I don't think we need to leave.
Yes, I think your experience would probably be useful in that bit. Councillor Carruthers.
Just for the sake of being consistent, report number 4, just as being a member of the Integration Joint Board, I won't believe in, obviously.
Councillor Ferguson.
Same as Councillor Carruthers.
Okay, can we move to the minutes of our meeting of the 27th of June? I'm proposed that we accept these minutes as a true record. Agreed? And seconded by Councillor Davidson.
Happy seconded.
Okay. Item 4 is the annual performance report for the IJB. Section 42 of the 2014 Public Bodies Joint Working Scotland Act requires that performance reports be prepared by the Health and Social Care Partnership. Publishing the IJB annual performance report 2018-19 by the 31st of July this year fulfilled the IJB's reporting requirements under the 2014 Act. The IJB annual performance report was prepared by a range of partners for 2018-19, and it's before us today. It provides information for the period 1st of April 2018 to 31st of March 2019 on performance against a range of indicators. These indicators relate to the commitments contained within the IJB Strategic Plan for Health and Social Care, which in turn relate to 9 national outcomes. A summary of the handout of the IJB 2018-19 Annual Performance Report is included at Appendix 2. Now, although the recommendation is to note, this report is also here for scrutiny, and Julie White will assist members with their questions. Any questions? Councillor Dryburgh.
Yes, it's one of perhaps accuracy more than anything else. On page 77 or 13 of the report, with my other hat on, the Stranraer Armed Forces Veterans Breakfast Club, we do have 2 in the region, one in Dumfries at the Veterans Garden and also the one at Veterans Breakfast Club. I just want to understand, because my understanding was that this was actually set up by the Royal British Legion Scotland Stranraer branch rather than the Integrated Joint Board. I know it's showing good practice and I'm really pleased that it's actually in there, but I just want to understand how it's actually in this report.
Sorry, Councillor Dryburgh, it was intended as just an example. Throughout the report there's various examples of good practice and innovation where the Health and Social Care Partnership is working with other partners in the community to support people to remain in their own communities. So it was really meant as a measure of highlighting the health and wellbeing team's contribution out in Wigtonshire to support in this excellent piece of work to support veterans.
Any further questions? Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Wood.
Just on mental and physical well-being, I know that's partly the remit of the IJB and people with mental health needs. How do you think you're actually doing with this? And how's it progressing, and what extra are you doing? And I'll give you the reason why in a minute.
Okay, so there's a whole host of work going on across the Health and Social Care Partnership in terms of supporting people with mental health needs. So in terms of some of those low-level mental health needs, so for individuals who might be presenting to general practice, who have got mental health needs such as sort of low-level anxiety or depression. We have introduced mental health workers through part of our primary care transformation programme as a result of the new GP contract within each of our GP practices, and that is intended to ensure that people have got more rapid access to mental health services within the community. And those mental health workers, which are mainly CPNs, community psychiatric nurses, they then use our sort of community link workers to signpost people to other opportunities within the community. So, for example, if somebody required some befriending support and they're seen through the mental health worker in primary care, then they would signpost them to a local sort of befriending service. So there's work within primary care. We are also, Councillor Nicholson, I would say one of the challenges that's highlighted in the report has been around access to psychological therapy. So that's our secondary care service, our more specialist mental health service. And we are working with our psychology team looking at our waiting times within psychological therapies, because that's highlighted as one of the challenging areas that we're experiencing. And a part of the reason for the challenges in terms of our waiting times around psychological therapies has been as a result of vacancies and hard to fill posts within the psychology team. But I'm pleased to say that the vast majority of those vacancies have now been recruited to, so we do expect to see an impact on our waiting times within psychological therapies. There's also been a whole host of work done in relation to child and adolescent mental health services, again having primary mental health workers located within general practice. So there's a host of work going on in relation to mental health services, Councillor Nicholson, that I could talk about for a long time, but if there's anything specific that you would like to ask me about, I'm happy to try and answer it.
I think the point is, yeah, there is a lot of talking you can do about it, but it's actual delivery of services that I'm actually worried about. I got, for example, and it's interesting you talked about psychology, because that is one of the issues that somebody from my ward has brought up. It's very difficult to letter without identifying somebody, and I don't want to do that in public. And if I go too far into the, what's actually been happening in the family, I might accidentally do that. But saying that, I think it is important that we are aware of this type of incident where a family had two boys. Both have mental health issues as well as other issues physically. They have been referred to psychology, but they've been waiting for so long, they're only sinking deeper into their anxiety and depression. So nothing is done, and there doesn't seem to be anything in the interim to deal with that. All the incidents that's happened, they've been on record, and again, they're saying they've been waiting on help and can't get help. This is not just psychology. For example, they were supposed to meet, one was supposed to meet with a CPN last week, but she cancelled, and then it's, nothing was in between. The person is self-harmed because of this, and, different other symptoms. I'm trying to be careful here. But the family has had a lot of difficulties, and there's been suicides in the families and things like that. So, it actually seems to me to be a very desperate case. And nothing seems to have been, it's fine all the words, it's fine all the paper here saying that this is happening, that's happening. But on the ground, this family is suffering terribly with the lack of services.
Can I come back on that? I mean, whilst I'm not able to get into the detail of the issues within that single family, Councillor Nicholson, I'm more than happy to take the details from you and look into that issue specifically. I'm not aware of those issues specifically, but I would want to come back on the point that, that what's in the performance report isn't just words. There has been a significant amount of investment in our mental health services locally over the past year. We have seen that increase in investment within our community psychiatric nurses within general practice, as well as increases within our psychology teams and our CAMS team. So I absolutely appreciate that the the scenario that you describe is absolutely devastating for individuals and their families, and I will take on board the specific details in relation to that. But as a partnership, we are absolutely committed, and mental health and wellbeing is one of the key priorities for us as a partnership around improving mental health and wellbeing, whether that be around, as I say, low-level mental health problems right up to what we do for people with the most advanced psychiatric needs. So, as I say, I'm not able to answer the specifics of that case because first, I don't think it would be appropriate for me to do so in this forum, but also I don't have the specific details today, so I'm happy to speak to you out with this.
I'm not concerned about not going into that specific case. It's a worrying, the worries I'm bringing up is how did we get to that stage with no support happening on it. But I'll move on from that, and I'll let you know, the family's actually been to Jeff Ace, I think it is, even, and I'm quite sure that you would have had sight of some of it. But anyway, the other thing is in dementia. There is something in here about dementia and about telephone calls for medication reminder, and it's made out as if it's a success. Is it such a success? I was actually with somebody the other day, and I was speaking to them in the ward, and the telephone actually rung at that time and says your medications is at such and such, and the person I was speaking to wasn't taking it on board, and it rang a number of times. I then mentioned it to the person, and they just kept talking. So does this? I know that technology has a part to play, but it's not the be all and end all, and some of the things, maybe need further examination on doing that. Another question is, we've obviously now we've got, I think, guarantees that there's flu vaccinations coming in to, we've got to have enough whatever happens with Brexit or not. But how many doctors actually carry out the flu vaccinations in Dumfries and Galloway, or is it all mostly pharmacies? And what happens to people that can't get to pharmacies itself?
Okay, so in relation to your point around dementia, Councillor Nicholson, I would absolutely support your comment that technology is only part of the solution. And again, the use of the Florence text messaging is intended to support people with mild to moderate dementia who are able to respond to that reminder by text. So again, I can only apologise that you've had an experience of an individual who has potentially been assessed as being able to respond to that and been unable to, but certainly the use of technology has to play a key part in terms of our ability to support people to remain at home, particularly as we're moving forward and seeing that increase in demand for our services, coupled with the challenges that we have that are highlighted right throughout the report in terms of our recruitment to some of our key posts. The issue about flu vaccinations, the flu vaccinations are generally carried out. They are carried out in general practice for people who are known as being in the at-risk group, so our older people, and for people who are living with long-term conditions, chronic conditions, will be invited to attend their general practice to receive their flu vaccination. As part of the new GP contract, however, the responsibility for delivering the flu vaccination passes from GPs over the next 3 years to the Health and Social Care Partnership, and we have recruited a team of vaccination nurses who will go out into the community to deliver flu vaccinations within the community. So I'm absolutely confident that we'll have the processes in place to ensure we can continue to deliver a safe vaccination programme as we move forward with the transformation of primary care in relation to the new GP contract.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader. It's on page 79. If you could give me clarification on the chart that's being presented, because I'm having difficulty actually understanding it. Because in the report it talks about governance and the accountability arrangements, and you've got real problems that I believe there that you're looking at addressing. You also have problems with collaborative leadership and building relationships. That's also in the report. However, when you look at this chart, you've got governance and accountability, partly established 2, then it's established 3, but it's not exemplary. Yet, if you look at the finances, which reads well in the report, it's partly established 1, established 4, and then it's exemplary 1. Can you give me some sort of lead on where we're going with it?
Apologies, Councillor Wood, that maybe needs to be more explicit. In terms of the Spotlight report, which is on page 15 of the annual performance report, it's in relation to the Audit Scotland report that was published in November last year, which set out a range of recommendations under these key themes. So the first theme was collaborative leadership and building relationships. And underneath that theme, there were a number of, so there were 3 areas that the partnership, we had to score ourselves on in terms of where we were at in relation to those 3 themes. So as a partnership, we scored ourselves as being partly established in relation to one of them and established in relation to the other 2. So each of those areas are just themes within the Audit Scotland report. We did bring the full report in relation to that to the Social Work Committee to outline each of the different aspects of integration and how we scored ourselves in relation to it. So that's a summary, but we maybe need to make that more clear within the annual performance report. There is a link to it at the bottom of the page, but I can understand why it maybe is confusing that we've scored ourselves under different headings in relation to each of the themes.
Okay.
Can I come back in? Thank you. It's also with regard to page 103. Once again, you've got a graph basically outlining the real problem that we have of the deprived communities and less deprived communities and how that gap is opening. Do we understand fully just what is happening here and what are we going to do to address that difference?
So that particular chart, Councillor Wood, is in relation to our emergency admissions. So those who attend A&E and are admitted as an emergency. And what that chart's shown us is the difference between the rate of admissions for people who are living in our least deprived communities compared to those in our most deprived communities. So some of the work that we're doing in relation to that is about us developing services like you might be aware of in Nithsdale. We have in DG1 and DG2 areas, we've introduced something called a rapid response service, which is part of our Nithsdale in Partnership programme. And that rapid response service is intended to work with GPs to support people who are presenting at GPs potentially who may be at risk of admission, but whose admission might be prevented by us putting in some additional support to them to keep them at home. So the development of things like our rapid response service or prevention of admission services are linked to trying to tackle that disparity in terms of the rate of emergency admissions for people who are living in the more deprived areas.
Can I ask, does that mean that in the next report we should see that coming down as your actions start to take place?
We would hope so, but there's a whole range of other factors obviously impacting on people's admissions to hospital, and whilst by us having the rapid response service, for example, we would absolutely, what we can show is that for the majority of people who access that rapid response service, they do not go on to be admitted to hospital within the next 30 days. So what we can show is within that period of time, so they may end up as an emergency admission further down the line, but we managed to prevent that admission for that period of 30 days. So we would hope to be able to demonstrate through some data the impact of the likes of the rapid response service on our admissions to hospital.
I think one thing that struck me about that graph, though, is that doesn't describe the situation throughout Dumfries and Galloway, because we have a lot of people who live in deprivation who are not in areas, SIMD areas, and is there any way in which we catch the issues for people who are living in poverty elsewhere?
Unfortunately, we have no way of identifying individuals. The SIMD is based on geographical area, and not everyone who lives in an area that's identified as deprived has those characteristics. It's just that there's more concentration in those areas. We don't actually have any individual markers which we can use for generating the same kind of ideas.
See, Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the actual report, looking at page 63, and it's the top bullet point and then the second one. And the first bullet point, I'll start with a positive note and say to Julie that it was a pleasure meeting with a new recruitment officer within the IGB or NHS, and it's quite refreshing to hear some of her initiatives that she's taken to try and deal with the recruitment. Having said that, I'm then looking at the bottom bullet point, the number of days people spend in hospital after they were deemed ready to be discharged. And this will come as no surprise to Julie, me raising this, because days, in my opinion, is really an understatement, because these days go into weeks, then they go into months of people still in hospital, unable to be discharged from hospital. And I don't think we should really understate that. And I know it's a national problem throughout the whole of Scotland in terms of delayed discharge, and I read of one where it was 2 years and more people not being discharged from hospital. Then I reflect on page 59 in terms of Spotlight in Wigtonshire. And Wigtonshire is a particular acute problem in that we are without proper resources. And my question really is, how is the Council and NHS D&G working through IGB, working together to provide for these resources so that people can be discharged to the appropriate care, either at home or in a residential care home or whatever? Because we keep hearing about the problem, but we don't hear of the solution. And when I look at the IGB report, there is nothing in there that gives me any comfort or heart to say that we are dealing with this. So I really just want to know, what is the Council and the NHS D&G doing to address these? Because it's particularly acute in the West, where there is inadequate beds, limited number of care homes, not enough care workers to let people get home and so forth. What is the answer to this, that we are actually doing something and not just reading a report?
Julie?
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Scobie. Certainly in terms of the delayed discharges, we have highlighted that as a significant challenge for us, and you're right to relate that to the challenges of recruitment that we face. However, some of the things that we have done recently to try to address those challenges in terms of our delays, we as a health and social care partnership have increased our investment significantly in our reablement service, which is our STARS service that local elected members might be aware of, our short-term assessment and reablement service, because we recognise that with that service, over 60% of the people who go through that service when they're leaving hospital then go on to require actually no ongoing care. We've also recently agreed some additional funding for the Council's in-house, the kind of care at home service, the CAS service, to increase our capacity in terms of our care at home provision. And we are having ongoing discussions with the providers in the community. Indeed, I'm meeting with providers on Monday of next week to have a conversation with them about what we can do as a partnership to support providers in order to try and address the challenges that they face around recruitment and retention, with a bit more of a sort of longer term head on. But that's really, when I say longer term, it's over the course of the next year. The framework that we use for commissioning the care at home service is due for renewal, and we need to take that opportunity to look at how we are commissioning our care at home services, what we're paying for our care at home services, and to look at how we can improve and increase our capacity within that care at home service. So in relation to Wigtonshire in particular, Councillor Scobie, you are aware of the The Transforming Wigtonshire programme is intended to come back with proposals around what those services need to look like within that community. I have asked the Transforming Wigtonshire team to make sure that by the end of this year we have got a report which sets out what that model of care, so what those services need to look like moving forward. So that piece of work is ongoing, and I've been absolutely clear that what we expect to see from the Transforming Wigtonshire programme, where I think we have had good engagement with our elected members and with the communities, but we need to see the output from that in terms of what those models of services need to look like moving forward. It will then be for the IJB to consider those proposals and then to issue directions and work with the local authority and the NHS board around how we'll deliver those.
Councillor Scobie, you want back?
Yeah, Chair, I'll be brief in coming back, and I'm pleased to note that Julie does recognise that there is an acute problem in Wigtonshire. I'm not filled with the confidence in what Julie says, and that's not a criticism of Julie in any way, because each of the reports we've had at the area committees from the IGB in monitoring reports has seen an increase in the number of delayed discharges over the 6-month periods. So there has been no downturn in the delayed discharges. And what I was looking for was, and Julie did mention Transforming Wigtonshire. Transforming Wigtonshire has been running for 2 years and into the 3rd year. And we have, in Wigtonshire, in my opinion, we've seen no outcomes from the 2 years. And maybe, Julie is more confident that we'll see it now. And I would like to see those outcomes and to be able to support the work of Transforming Wigtonshire. But what I was looking for is with the council and NHS D&G to say what are the resources that are needed and how do we provide those, whether it be bricks and mortar and the council using their ability to source funding so that we can provide the adequate number of residential homes that are needed, because we have limited and indeed very scarce care homes, and how the two can work together. That was what I was hoping to hear, and I didn't hear it.
Is there anything further on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to say that's exactly what we've asked for in terms of the report that comes back through the Transforming Wigtonshire programme. The Transforming Wigtonshire programme has been an attempt to try to work differently with our community and try to engage with our communities in a way that as a health and social care partnership we haven't done so before, and really involve the community in understanding the pressures and the challenges that we do face, particularly around recruitment in the west of the region, but also in relation to involving them in what the design of services needs to look like moving forward. So the report that we expect to see come back from the Transforming Wigtonshire programme board to the IJB will set out what those models of service need to look like, and it will then be for the IJB to work with the delivery partners through the health board and the council to look at ways of delivering those changes.
Thank you. Councillor Karen Crothers.
Thank you, Chair. I don't actually have a question for you, Julie. It's actually come back to Councillor Nicholson's point. I think it's important. I mean, mental health is really important to me, so I think it's really important to put on record that in the absence of a key worker, there is always a duty worker. And if anybody is in crisis, then there is a CATS team and a KITS team. So I think that it's wrong to kind of put out there that there is no services to cover that and people are at risk. Anxiety and depression would be covered by mental health services. It's good, Julie, to hear that psychological services are hopefully going to improve. That is a major issue, but I really want to put that on record.
Councillor Nicholson, do you want to come back?
Yeah, and I'd like to put on record that these people aren't kidding. They're not saying that this is happening and it's not. This is actually happening on the ground where people aren't getting the services, and the CPN cancelled for whatever reason. It might be perfectly genuine, but there's no support service to link into that. So then people are done without that service and they have acute needs. That was my statement. Nothing to do with what you're saying.
Leader, if you allow me, please. I never said anybody was kidding. I said I was putting the record straight.
I'm sure Councillor Nicholson is representing his constituents on this issue anyway. Councillor James.
Good morning, Chair.
mental health stats, particularly among the young, are going heavily in the wrong direction, and I don't know if it's been called an epidemic, but that can't be far away. This morning we heard about the need for early intervention, and that could bring people more easily into the system, and this system is growing. I just wonder if there's been any work done around how the awareness bombardment actually encourages people to enter this system just because it's there. What percentages are there, and how bad would the figures have to be before we would question whether we're just not engaged in an exercise of tail chasing here, and that we're actually making the situation worse? How many resources would we need to divert into this area, which, in my opinion, we're just growing unnecessarily and need not have existed in the first place?
Any comments?
I mean, I think certainly the figures that you've asked for, I don't have available to me. What I would absolutely want to say quite strongly is that, you know, for me it's really, really important that we have a range of services available for children and young people, children and adolescents who are experiencing mental health problems. And again, the progress that we've made as a partnership in terms of having primary mental health workers for children based in a number of our GP practices enables quicker access to a primary mental health worker who has got that expertise in supporting children and young people, and enables them to be seen quickly. What we've seen in the practices who have their primary mental health workers, that the children and young people are seen against a target of 18 weeks. They're seen within practice, usually within 3 to 4 weeks at the latest. So I don't have the exact figures that you request, Councillor, but if you want to have a conversation with me out with, I can have a look to see if I can.
I think the Chief Executive has some contribution from the Council side as well.
I think that certainly if anyone who was at the Yes launch across the road would understand that the one thing that was coming through from that is that the work that the Council in partnership with others doing to identify those who were hidden in the past. So I would expect this to increase even further as we start to get to those young people hiding in their bedrooms, subject to, in upper valleys, subject to the bullying or other pressures that young people now face through that. And certainly it was very clear to me that the fantastic work that our team and partners are doing to bring those forward. I know that sometimes we get bad press for things like youth beats, but we identified 70 young people in crisis that we didn't know about, weren't in our system. And in fact, it's probably something that Gillian might cover in relation to the Children's Services Plan and the work in the schools, that the only way to, if you want to refer to words like epidemic, the only way to do that is to catch people early when they start, so they never have to catch them in crisis. And that's why I was so inspired by the staff that I met at Yes this week. And certainly talking to some of the young people, they've been very, very different places if that service didn't exist.
Councillor James?
Well, just my point is that I feel a lot of young people are being led down a path that's completely inappropriate for them. And is it my understanding that other people in this room think that no one's being led down a path that's inappropriate to them by this constant obsession on mental health and bombardment and questioning how people feel about themselves and their identities, etc., ad nauseum. And it's, at that sort of age, you are very easily influenced. And I think the stats will bear me out here, that the more we tackle this issue, the worse it gets.
I think, Lillian, you want to?
I wonder, Leader, if you would allow me just to advise Councillor James that, most young people that are in crisis is as a consequence of an event, and we would rarely be looking to refer to mental health services if there wasn't an assessment of need. So I would just like to clarify that point.
I think Councillor Wilson wanted to come on the same point.
It was actually just to say, I don't have the figures right to hand, but my understanding is that the latest CAMHS waiting time show that actually there are now less young people compared to last year who have actually been referred to CAMHS. So I'm not entirely sure of the epidemic that Councillor James refers to. And I would imagine, knowing the youth work service very well, is that actually less young people have been referred to CAMHS as a result of the preventative action that's been taken, and indeed even more preventative action as a result of the Yes, which will allow more a capacity in services to speak and tackle those early stages of mental health issues at around exam time, because those facilities are now available at the ES. So I think actually before we start saying that things are an epidemic, we might want to actually consider the fact that actually CAMHS referrals are on the down in this region, and I would, you know, with a bit of caution, actually say that a lot of that will be down to the preventative work that our council staff have been doing, so I think that that should be congratulated.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Leader. It's on page 48 of the report in front of us, or page 112 if you take the council's numbering, and it's to do with the Adult Support and Protection, the MASH, the Multi-Agency Support Hub. And I think it's listed under an indicator C9, which appears again on page 83 or page 147. Now, while I think this is the proper way to go forward in terms of the multi-agency approach, it does mention that the target that we've set ourselves of 75%, we've dropped from 65% to 59%. Now, while I appreciate that there'll be a lot of challenges on resources and just how we best address that going forward, it's really just in terms of the way we're reporting that on page 83 or page 147. There's no indication there, it's not clear, I should say, that that's been marked as kind of out with the 3% away from the target we've set ourselves. It's neither within nor marked as without. So some of the other measurements I appreciate might be taken against the sort of national measurement or national benchmark, but we've set ourselves a target of 75%. Ideally, we'd like to get there. We seem to be moving away from it slightly, yet it's not marked as a red or amber within the report itself. So it's really just to get a wee understanding of how best to read that for future reference. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that should have been marked on page 83 as a red on the RAG status for the summary table, and we'll make sure that that's corrected. This is the final draft that's on the website. We're still awaiting a few figures to come in from Scottish Government that are under embargo, and we'll make sure that that's corrected when the final figures are issued.
Councillor Johnson?
Yeah.
Well spotted.
Thank you. And just in terms of the actual, are we aware at the moment of is there any further information about what realignment or resourcing we need to kind of tackle that? Because obviously we're moving away, it'd be good to get a sense that we're actually taking some action or reallocating resources, etc. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. If you wish, I will give a response to that question. The MASH, as you will know, was only set up in 2018-19, and we absolutely at that point set it up in the information and data that we had at that point. It has been hugely successful, and we have recognised fairly early that we had not put the appropriate amount of resource required, so the resource has increased. So I would give assurance that we will be working more towards the target, and again, we need to have a look at the target that was set at the time. This is a fairly new development and one of the first adult support and protection MASHs across Scotland, so we had little benchmarking information at the point that we set it up, but certainly the information that we have for this year, 1920, to date, we are working much closer to that target.
Okay. Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Thank you. I would normally say nothing at this, but I just thought I really find it interesting, the level of interest from the members. I would compliment them on that, actually. It's quite often some of it just gets nodded through, so I think that's really good. 3.8, it talks about an event in regards to, I think it's a public review. I think that's possibly online as well. I just wanted to promote that. It's possibly online. I think as many councils as we possibly can should either visit it online, see it at the time. There's a high level of scrutiny there. It's another chance to the public and members, for that matter, to have their voice heard. Interest in regards to, I was going to pick up that in regards to the mental health children's, what we're talking about there. Councillor McClellan and I were fortunate enough to sit down with the Youth Council Arndale South Ward. 2 were direct elected and 2 were nominated. The 2 nominations was one represented additional supported need, the other one supported mental health. And on the back of that meeting, there's been wider discussions, and I know the Integrated Joint Board as a partnership, I've said, okay, the full Dumfries and Galloway Council looked to have a conjoined meeting, is our understanding, maybe in March time with the Youth Council, and then the Integrated Joint Board are looking at both at a locality level now, I think, and a wider level to how can they then take on the views of this particular youth. So they're trying all different ways, so mental health and additional supported needs it was 2 particular items that are being looked at. So the partnership's working really well. I'll pick up on that in the next report, but really healthy this level of debate in regards to an interest from members.
I just checked there that the meeting on the 31st is at the Cairndale just across the road. So
it is, yes, Leader, yeah.
Okay, Councillor McKee.
Hi, sorry, Chair. It was just to suggest that Councillor James arranges a meeting with the Youth Inquiry Service and with the people who actually use the facility and the people who work there. And I think you'll learn a lot rather than have discussing it around the table here.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader. It's with regards to financial performance and best value. I highlighted it in my earlier opening discussion on page 131. And it's not a criticism. I've enjoyed reading the report. I think it's been well presented, so well done, team. But it is on the likes of people with learning disabilities. When you see 1.3 million and you look at primary care and community services, 2.3 million, and acute diagnostics at 1.8 million. These are large sums that we're talking about, and looking at the history, they're on the increase. What are we looking at doing to try and stem that?
So in terms of the services for people with a learning disability, we have undertaken a significant amount of work already within the partnership, looking at the spend on services for people with a learning disability, and we are in the process of developing our strategy, and part of that is about us looking at how we can address those challenges in terms of the spend, particularly in relation to people who are supported out of region, and for us to look at, are there any possibilities for us within the partnership to deliver more of those services on a local level to help to address some of those overspends. In relation to primary care and community services, that's significant. The vast majority of that overspend is related to prescribing and increases in prescribing costs. So the GP prescribing costs are included within that budget. And that again is something that we have through our GP, our primary care transformation programme. We are working with general practice to look at the costs of prescribing. We need to do more work working with our communities around ensuring we reduce the amount of waste in relation to prescribing, and we need to be looking at how we can deliver more cost-effective prescribing. But we absolutely are seeing that you're right. There are increases in demand for medications, and that's having a direct impact in terms of that budget for primary care and community services. But we have recruited a number of general practice clinical pharmacists who are based within general practice and who are looking at things like repeat prescriptions, they're looking at acute prescriptions, and they're looking at supporting individuals to manage their medication in a more kind of effective manner. So there's a huge amount of work going on in relation to that one. Within acute and diagnostics, the significant driver for that overspend is related to our additional costs for medical staffing for locums. We talk within the report about the real challenges in terms of recruitment. What we do know within our health and social care partnership is that if we were able to recruit to all of our difficult to fill posts, particularly those clinical posts, they're not just medical now, there's a range of other clinical professionals, whether that's nursing or allied health professionals like physiotherapists. If we were able to recruit to all of our vacancies that we have in Dumfries and Galloway, we would save £5 million. And that is part of our, what we're calling our Sustainability and Modernisation Programme, which I talked at the elected members seminar last week about, where we have an absolute focus on, and Councillor Scobie mentioned the appointment of our new Workforce Sustainability Manager. We've appointed someone with expertise around recruitment and marketing, looking at how we can attract people into those difficult to fill posts, because we know that not only if we recruit those individuals into these posts, we'll have fully staffed teams. We know with fully staffed teams that we will be able to deliver a higher quality of care, but we also know that it will impact significantly on our financial position. So that has to be a key focus for us as a health and social care partnership over the next year, is about how do we make posts attractive for people, for families to come to Dumfries and Galloway? How do we promote Dumfries and Galloway as the best place to come and live and work within health and social care? Because that's the main contributing factor to that overspend. So there's a huge amount of work going on in relation to it, but I don't underestimate the difficulty in recruiting to some of those difficult to fill posts. These are posts that have been vacant, many of them for some time, that we fill with locums. And trying to recruit to those on a permanent basis has been really challenging because of national shortages in some specialties. But there's a huge amount of work going on in relation to that, Councillor Wood.
Okay, thank you. I think that report has been well scrutinised. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Nichols.
I know from the preamble at the start that we wanted to get through the business, and it's only taken an hour for this one, so maybe 2 seconds. Just a quick one for Julie. I'm pleased to see on page 31 the graph there, it's saying 94% of people diagnosed with dementia in Dumfries and Galloway receive support after we're diagnosed. Do we have figures on how long that support was put in, it's taken to get put in place for people with dementia? I know there's a Scottish government, I don't know the name, some kind of specialist support that has to be in for a year after diagnosis, but how long does it take from diagnosis to get that support in?
I mean, in terms of how we calculate it, the clock starts from the minute the person is diagnosed in terms of them needing to receive that 12-month post-diagnostic support. What this only shows is that 94% of people received that. What we don't have in this report is how long it took to that first appointment, but certainly we can get that data for you.
Thanks very much. Anecdotally, it takes a long time, but...
Okay, thanks. I think it's been well scrutinised. There was a considerable level of interest from elected members in the report. Are we now content to note 1 and 2? Grand. We can proceed to item 5, the Children's Services Plan Joint Annual Report 2019. The purpose of this report is to ask Dumfries and Galloway Council to note progress detailed in the second joint annual report on Dumfries and Galloway Children's Services Plan. The requirement for the local authorities in Scotland to jointly produce a children's services plan from April 2017 with partner agencies as statutory duty under the Children and Young People Scotland Act 2014. The Children's Services Plan sets out a jointly agreed shared vision and priorities for the services for children and young people. The aims, purpose, scope, content and reporting requirements of the Children's Services Plan are directed by statutory guidance from the Scottish Government. The aims of our Children's Services Plan are to safeguard, support and promote the well-being of children, to focus on early intervention and prevention, to provide services that are integrated from the point of view of recipients, and to constitute the best use of resources. 2017 to 20 Dumfries and Galloway Children's Services Plan sets out 6 joint priority improvement areas for services for children and young people, and each priority has an action plan. The chairs of the strategic groups report regularly on progress to the Children's Services Executive Group. Other partnership groups, including, for example, those addressing domestic abuse, disability and poverty, are responsible for specific actions within the plan. The report summarises from paragraph 3.7 onwards our key strengths in the delivery of priority actions, and at paragraph 317 there is an assessment of progress and of plans to address areas requiring further development or focus. The recommendation is to note, but yet again this is presented for scrutiny, and Gillian Bryson and Lily Kringles are here to assist members. Councillor Ian Crothers.
Thank you. I touched on it earlier, so I won't go on too much, but going back to the event, we had Annandale South had an event this week, and so we had a lot of discussion with the Youth Council in regards to their input, and one of the main topics was how do they get their voice heard that can then go on and influence policy, services, so on and so forth. When I was reading this, it resonated 100% with what they were saying, so it gave me a lot of comfort in regards to what was in here, because sometimes you've got to take the report author, be confident in what they're saying is true and correct, but it wasn't even nearly near the mark, it was absolutely on the mark. So I just wondered from a general question in regards to this, really enjoyed reading this, how do we intend to make sure that their voice is being heard? I know you're doing a lot of things here, but make sure to secure that the voice is being heard and it will get a chance to influence the services that are being provided to them through the multi-agency approach as we go forward.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really reassuring to hear that there's a sense of reality coming through in the report, and I think that's certainly what we feel in the Children's Services Executive Group. The engagement with young people is really important, but it's also quite difficult. So we have a number of different ways to make sure it's through our formal representative structures, but it's also through full-blown surveys. So we have our 10,000 voices, clearly. We also have our Youth Council, and we've recently completed the surveys through Realigning Children's Services, where 8,000 children in Primary 6 and S4 were surveyed to look at how they felt. So using those points of evidence, we start to get a sense of where the key areas of concern are for our young people. We're getting better at that. Obviously, individuals will always have views on individual services, but as a whole, as a system, I'm more confident that our plan is aligned with the needs of young people.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader. It's within 3.6. I'm really looking for some kind of clarification and assurance, because when you read, I think it's the third sentence where it goes on, the indicators are updated as statistics are published. However, it should be noted that with such a wide range of data from different sources using different reporting timeframes at any single point in time, the updates might not be entirely reflective. So when I go and look at these reports at the back on Appendix 2, how many of them are reflective and how many are not?
There will always be individual services that report at different times. I tend to always feel that I work in 3 time frames, and that can be quite difficult to remember where you are actually in time. But we have a 17 to 18 plan, we have an 18 to 19 current plan, and then clearly we're already in the delivery plan for 19 and 20. So we try to give you the best, most accurate and up-to-date information. We could have cut this report as 18-19, but actually, given that we have very up-to-date information for 19-20, we felt that it was helpful for you to have that more up-to-date information as well. For example, I'm pleased to report that in one of the indicators we've highlighted a 28% uptake in eligible 2-year-old places. Now that looks poor, but as from yesterday, I've heard that we have over doubled that because the reporting period for that has now completed. We've completed our enrolments for early learning and childcare, and we're now sitting at 62%. We have one of the highest improvements across Scotland in terms of increasing uptake to eligible 2-year-olds. So we've got to pick a point in time to bring this report to you, but if you've got any individual concerns on any of these indicators, we can give you the latest and best information.
Wood? To come back then, so I can take it that on page 238, when I'm reading the percentage of pupils gaining 5+ awards at level 6, with the red, that is factual. Yeah, that is what's happening. And it's the same with the other one, second from the bottom. It's also showing red. That's another alert. Those are up-to-date factual figures.
Those are 17-18 figures. I think it highlights these. We knew that the 5 hires, which is the level 6, we knew that 5 hires were down last year.
Yep.
So we've not yet had our national figures for 18-19, but we hope to see improvement within that. But that was correct for 17-18, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much indeed. I would like to inquire about priority 2, which is on page 185, ensuring that children and young people get appropriate, the earliest appropriate time to get support. We engaged, I think, rather enthusiastically and quite early on in a form of the named person proposal, and I understand that has now been removed from the suite of weapons that we had at our disposal. So how do we get around this? I see there is developing a model of informed consent, but it's actually quite thinly populated. I'm absolutely enthusiastic about what we were doing in terms of making certain that we had a particular focus, that somebody felt that they were responsible for each individual child. And I would like some help with what we can do now, given the circumstances.
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. You are absolutely correct that the legislation which would have covered the named person has now been and will be removed in terms of that being implemented. However, much of the information within the named persons process in terms of joint working and multi-agency information sharing will remain, because we have very robust information sharing within this region in terms of concerns around children. Clearly we've got robust child protection procedures that were there to be risk to children, then that would be escalated to social work. However, underneath that, there is a range of ways in which multi-agency partners share information without the need for legislation. So whilst the named persons process has been challenging for everyone involved, and we need to reevaluate to make sure that our current policies and procedures don't allow any element within that legislation that was implemented to be lost, and we're currently working on that as a Children's Services Executive Group with some guidance awaited from central government to ensure that the good work that we already undertook will continue. We also have, as well as an adult MASH, multi-agency support hub, that continues, and that also captures much of what was included in the named persons legislation. So I can give you assurance that we're looking at it. We have a bit of work to do within our own policies, which we will do, but we're confident that we've got that in hand at this moment in time.
Councillor James.
Thank you. I'm on 3.13, our sixth priority, and I'm seeing that we are ambitious in, paraphrasing here, narrowing the attainment gap. As someone who hopes to have a vested interest in the future, and wondering how the state will pay for my decrepitude and take it sort of 80-20 logic, I'd have thought actually we should be doing a lot more for gifted children to reach their potential. Are there any special things we are doing that we weren't doing last time I checked?
We would expect all children that there will be appropriate pace and challenge for all children. Closing the attainment gap, it is often cited that the easiest way to close the attainment gap is to decrease the attainment of those who are achieving most. But of course, that I think is always said somewhat tongue-in-cheek. Of course, we're ambitious for all children. Our attainment of our highest learners is very good. We're a strong education authority, and we're doing all we can to ensure that children have the greatest possible and broadest opportunity for educational attainment.
Could I have one or two details of the support for high-flying children?
I think when you have 21,000 children within a system, clearly there's going to be a wide range of individual strategies for children at all ages and stages. If we're talking specifically about senior phase, clearly we've got good programmes with universities. So we've got our REACH programme and our top-up programmes, which align directly with what are considered the key professions of medicine, dentistry, vet, engineering and teaching. So they have advanced standing for some of those programmes within the senior phase, and we've also got work through the broad general education to make sure that children are not limited by their age and stage.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Sorry. Thanks, Gillian, for that last answer. That clarifies some of my points as well. But and I understand it is the individual child. It's not specific to, whether they're gifted or not gifted. Every individual child gets the opportunity to prosper. But on the self-directed support, which is on page 211, I know it's very difficult to have figures. The progress within the SDS has been slower than anticipated, and this is reflected in its impact. And I know because it's individual child with different needs, and they have different packages and their families, etc. How do we actually measure, whether there has been some kind of progress for each individual? It's saying about the impact, but it doesn't give you any details about, how we measure them, what the outcomes are.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. In terms of the use of the SDS, for children's services, it's an area that we recognise we needed to develop much further and use as and when appropriate. So we have done significant work with our children's services teams to make sure that families are fully aware of the opportunity to make application for SDS and ensure that that's delivered to meet the best outcomes of their young person. As a service, we review these care packages every 6 months and will adjust accordingly. And I anticipate that we will have some richer data available for members, but would be happy to try and provide any specific information that you would require.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'll come back to the point I keep raising, and that's to the additional support needs. And I'm looking at page 227 in the report, and we are strengthening the shared understanding and needs through the review of our staged intervention model. I look on the other side, and Gillian just said we've got 8,211 children with additional support needs of varying degrees, and that's against, I think Gillian said we've got 21,000, which are 21,000 children in our system. And again, 8,000 is exceptionally high or exceedingly high for kids who need that additional support. But then I turn to 228 and I look to see, what is it we're doing for these 8,211 children? I don't expect to know what it is for each and every individual, but in the main, and I'm looking at restructure of support learning services, but I don't actually see what that means. And if indeed there's any way that Gillian could show us or demonstrate how it's doing in paper form to see what this restructure really means. What I do know is that we took 706,000 out of the system, and it was reported at the Education Committee that we will not reach that, or it's anticipated we will not reach that target. Will be £94,000 short in that savings. And I just wonder what this restructure actually looks like, and if it could be shown to us as members.
Absolutely. The restructuring was, as referred to in previous Support and Learners papers, that we were going to refocus on our areas of greatest concern, which were looked after children, attendance and autism. So those were our three priority areas for the Support and Learners Service. You're quite right, Councillor Scobie, that with 8,211 children with additional support needs, not all of those children require targeted support or specialist support, but many of those are encapsulated within what we would expect a teacher to do as part of the standard for full registration and as part of universal support. But clearly a lot of those children also have coordinated support plans and child's plans where we work with partners. So within the Support and Learner Service, our focus is attendance, care experienced children and autism, and we're happy to provide more information to members on the progress towards those particular aims.
Councillor Scobie?
Very quickly, and I take the point that Gillian's making of 8,211, they'll not all be, and many aren't they? Maybe if we got the figures in a breakdown of, and someone must have them somewhere, as to what the actual figure is when referred to many, because then we can maybe get a handle on it as to the ones that really do need the 1-to-1 and 2-to-1, etc., which we have children who do require that, and attendance, autism, and so forth. It's really, the restructuring of that. What does it actually mean? And I didn't hear it again. I hear what the target is or what the objective is, but I didn't hear the restructuring, how we're doing it in terms of all this savings, or is it just that we're asking teachers to do more?
I would contest that we're not asking teachers to do more. In terms of your question about child's plans, I think there's 126 children by memory that have got a coordinated support plan, which is our highest level of need. So when I tried to highlight the focus for the Supporting Learner Service, the form follows a function. So if our functions are predominantly to be on care experience and autism and attendance, then the form of the Support and Learner Service will follow that. So officers' work has been specifically targeted in those areas, and support staff will be working to those priorities.
Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Lillian and Gillian, for your report. Young workers, we noticed that youth workers are delivering low-level mental health intervention in schools, which is to be commended. I've heard good reports about that. Thank you. However, we see from page 173 that young people do want more information on drug and alcohol misuse. We're increasingly aware that the Alcohol Minimum Pricing Act in 2012 has gone some way in reducing alcohol intake. However, the downside is that we do notice and see across our communities, especially in the Stewartry, and I think across the region and across the whole of Scotland, that drug use is increasing with children as drugs become much more accessible with dial-a-drug and all the easy ways that children can get hold of cocaine, etc. So it becomes much easier and cheaper for our youngsters nowadays to have a night on drugs and mixed with a bit of alcohol. And we have been witnessing horrifically lately 2 cases in our area alone whereby children have been committing suicide because the combination of the 2 cause suicidal thoughts. I'm very aware that a lot of parents don't know about the effects of drugs on their children, and neither do the children themselves. And I know, Gillian, in the past when my children were at school, there was a great programme whereby the police and someone from the council came in and talked to the children about all the different drugs. But I'm just wondering if you could give us some background as to what's happening now in schools. I'm not involved in that particular area, and I feel very sorry for the children who have absolutely no idea of the damage that they can cause themselves. And I wondered if the teaching of this has progressed with the police and yourselves, because it's most handy for the children. Thank you.
Absolutely, I could feel Lillian nodding beside me. This is a constant area of discussion at Children's Services Group and on many other groups with Youth Justice and the secondary heads. And yesterday when I met with Kelly at the Yes Centre to talk about individual youth work programmes, it is an area of concern, and we know all of the information that we have and how we feel that this is an area that we need to get on top of. I think the view was that things escalated very quickly over the summer holidays, and there are families and children who have popped up that we had not seen before. So we're working hard to get a sense with partners as to how we tackle this. One solution is not going to fit everybody, but we've got 16 secondary schools. We have a partnership with the police in terms of the campus cops, and we have a wide range of youth work activity at an early intervention level and later on for those who are actually known to be taking alcohol and drugs. But it is an unusual picture for Dumfries and Galloway, and we need to take some perhaps different steps.
Thank you, Chair. That's great, Gillian. I really appreciate that, because it's crucially important at the moment that we act as quickly as possible here. What I would say from my point of view is I have taken the step, as I do, and I'm speaking to 2 drug users, reformed drug users, who would absolutely be, and also a sister of one of the children that have committed suicide on cocaine and alcohol. And all of them are willing to speak in schools. I think we've got to that stage in Scotland now that we need real life stories at ground level. So if anyone would like any help with that, obviously I would need permission to go ahead. But that I'm willing to pass you those names. Thank you, though.
I would just wish to add that we have done a significant amount with the Alcohol and Drug Partnership. And through Children's Services Executive Group, we're engaging with them to see what else under their role and responsibilities that they could be doing to assist our young people, because I absolutely accept that it's currently significantly challenging.
Okay, I think we've... Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Yep, thank you, Leader. It was actually just sort of on the back of that, but it's, obviously this is a document owned, if you like, by the Community Planning Partnership, for which we provide the sort of leadership, if you like. But in terms of the things that have arisen from today's debate, in terms of maybe actions that we feel should be a priority, does it sit with us to do that, or is it the Community Planning Partnership who would then go on to identify with other partners around the table how best to, as it says on page 161, shift investment upstream to allow prevention and earlier intervention? Because I think there is a wee bit of sometimes we think it's the council doing this, and it's actually a partnership approach to doing this. So, how do we lead that or influence that? Is this the most effective way of doing it?
Community Planning Partnership clearly has a role in that, but it's not a decision-making body as such. So I think if it comes to decisions that need to be taken, if there are things within our responsibilities, it's up to the council maybe to take those decisions. And then discuss with the Community Planning Partnership. I mean, as you mentioned, both this report and the previous one about problems with recruitment, and that's something that Community Planning Partnership is going to start concentrating on, is how we can work together to produce certain things. But I think the decision-making process is ours, really.
I think what will happen from today is, obviously, this will go through the other partners as well, is that we'll feed that back through the Children's Service Executive Group back to the Chief Officer Group underneath Community Planning, and determine where and what decisions by which bodies need to be taken. As you say, the Community Planning Partnership doesn't have the power to direct. I think that's the route, that we'll bring that back in and then make sure that the comments from all the partners are then fed back to the appropriate decision-making body, so I can give you that guarantee. But it's to be led by the Children's Service Executive Group, the professionals. What do they need more in their armoury to deal with the issues that members have raised today? So make sure that members are able to be cited in that path. Nothing will get lost.
Okay. So are we happy to note the report? Okay. Great. Item 6 is the review polling districts. The Electoral Administration Act 2006 introduced a duty on all local authorities to periodically review their polling districts and polling places. The Electoral Registration and Administration Act 2013, Section 17, stated that the review must be completed within 6 months from the period beginning 1st of October 2013 and within the period of 16 months from the period beginning 1st of October every 5th year after that. Consequently, a review must be carried out and completed by the end of January next year, and this report presents the proposed details of that review for the consideration of members. Mary Copeland and Nick are going to help members with this. Any questions? Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, it's just a very quick point. Obviously, it's important that we fulfil our duties as a council here, but it's just to ask that we bear in mind when we're looking at these polling areas about our bus services. If we're looking at our smaller polling stations, you know, if we're looking to realign those to larger ones, you know, is there provision for people to actually access? Because I'm aware that some of the polling stations maybe don't have a bus service, or if they do, it's maybe once or twice a week. You know, we need to bear that in mind. So it's just to really put that point out. Thank you.
I think that point is noted. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks again, Leader. In terms of the number of actual polling stations, this came up at Annandale and Estill Area Committee yesterday. Applegarth Hall is effectively surplus, not fit for purpose, if you like, and probably shouldn't be on the list of polling stations because it may not even be safe to be in. So just in terms of, could we maybe review or find another suitable alternative so that it's not going to put anybody at risk, especially if we have an election in due course. The other thing is, similarly, I know there's a bit of interest around Portpatrick Village Hall. I don't know what the ownership or access or status of that might be, but is that something we need to just maybe flag up as is there going to be a suitable alternative? And I'm sure there's maybe other examples in other wards where the ownership or management of a building might be a potential issue. I'm sure it wouldn't be in a lot of cases, but just in case.
We'll cover all of those issues. We're specifically targeting, but we'll take the part of the consultation that's consulting on every polling station. So the issues are where we believe as officers that it's not fit for purpose will also be brought back, because things have moved on. The disability access is increasingly becoming a concern for us. So we'll be looking at all of them, and we're just highlighting in here that we have a particular issue of the number of very small stations as people move. But again, Councillor Hagman's points will also need to be considered. Could the alternative be more expensive than we currently have? So we'll bring all that back for members' consideration as part of the report.
Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Thank you, Leader. Just looking at the decision we would make, I think the principle should be agreed, but so you're looking at, as in recommendation 2.2, that to agree to delegate to the necessary arrangements for the public consultation exercise, the return officer is detailed in paragraph 3.15. And you look at 3.15, it says the return officer has no staff and as such, but receives support from the head of democratic services and the elections coordinator assisted by the governance and election officer. And it goes, but not the next one, the last recommendation, it refers to 3.25. Probably where I'm coming from. So what it says, the members are asked to endorse the requirement for all directors to supply the return officer with the necessary staff that he requires in order to administer an election, and all heads of service managers and managers must fully cooperate in this regard and release staff to that return officer as required, whether for administrative poll or count duties. So when you read that, you kind of get the feeling that, okay, because in our circumstances, our return officer is the head of paid service, so our head of paid service has control over all those things anyways. Is there a change, or is a degree of discipline not being adhered to? That's what it makes you think, because we know our head of service would have that function anyways. So it does make you think of that. I think you should be able to control that level of resource. Do I need it? Okay, this is what I need. I'll have to. But there's probably another part here as well in regards to, so it talks to us about figures, cost to halls and so on and so forth. So out with the council election, it would have been good to have seen that, not so much Europe maybe because of what's happening, but certainly Westminster and Holyrood. So we would undertake the duties of an election count there. So what are the figures? Do we get an allocation for money? If it is, how much? And how does that compare to the amount of money we actually spend as a local authority on elections? So is it, do we return a surplus? Do we return a loss on that? Just that level of information would have been quite good to see as well. We may well see that back at the next report. We may see that.
Happy to provide the budget information in the next one, and it's the budget doesn't increase. So basically, we get effectively the same amount of money regardless moving forward. So it doesn't take account of things like living wage, etc. So happy to bring back the budget. The fact is, at the last election, we absolutely struggled to get staff to do it. And I think going forward, given the very poor example being set in Parliament at the moment, we'll find it even harder to get people to give up their time to sit in a cold hall for the public good moving forward. There's an absolute conflict in the returning officer's role, in that I can demand the council releases staff, but as head of paid service, I have a challenge in how I instruct staff to do it, because it's not particularly within their job description. And what we're seeking here is clarification from council that I won't have to exercise one duty over another duty, to make sure we have enough people to actually fulfil the democratic, which overrides the council's responsibility at that point. I can instruct the council, and I never want to be in a position of instructing myself. It's not a comfortable position to be in. But I think moving forward, many of the people who've left the council were our experienced staff. We used to rely very heavily on our community staff to do elections. Most of those staff don't exist. They've gone in previous budget cuts. So realistically, what we're trying to do is get council support to manage the conflict as we potentially enter into yet another one after another coming up of how we're going to resource it. And by doing this, it would allow us to look at it corporately to make sure that no particular department gets overburdened. At the last one, dealing with the European election, I would have to say the Communities Department was very, very, very overstretched. There's a considerable amount of work needing to be done that you don't see in advance of an election. Mainly has been done by part of Derek's team. So it's that one. Happy to take members' guidance, but happy to bring back reports of perhaps the last 5-6 years of budgets. The fact is that almost every election, this council has to go with a begging bowl to the Electoral Commission saying, we've overspent, can you cover it, please? And that is not a comfortable position to be in. Is increasingly the answer coming back, particularly around general elections, is no, we won't cover it. And then it would be responsibility for the council to explain to the taxpayers why they're paying for an election that didn't count. So I'd rather avoid that by having clarity for members. So unfortunately, I think January might be a bit late, the way things are going. But certainly I think the January paper, I think to give members the fullest overview and provide all the facts, figures, where we've pulled staff from in the past and where we currently are sitting.
Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. Could I get clarity, please, on paragraph 3.7 on page 242 regarding North West Dumfries polling districts?
Paragraph 3.7, yes. Yep. We have used the majority of our polling places for a very long time. We do assess them each time we use them. We get feedback from the presiding officers in charge of each polling place. So at the moment, yes, I'm aware Applegarth we didn't use last time round. There are a couple other halls we didn't use last time round because when we got to the planning of that particular poll, we realised they weren't fit for purpose. But we do a rolling programme really of making sure they're fit for purpose.
So it's what you're saying, you're looking for polling places for these two districts, 06F1 and 06G1?
No, we're not looking for there. What that is, the assessor has highlighted that basically where some people are living, that they actually live nearer to a polling place, which is not their polling place. So they're maybe it's on the other side of the road, but they're actually going a mile or so in the other direction. So here's a few anomalies like that that have come up during the canvass, and we would be looking at this point to actually sort some of those issues that have come up. Yeah, sorry.
And we'd also be looking in advance of that to make sure that we communicate with these areas to make them know that their polling place has changed. If they turn up at the other polling place, we can handle it, but we'll be communicating in advance of that to let the communities using ward members, etc., to make sure people know that the polling place might have changed to one closer to where they actually live.
Councillor Maitland?
I have to say, I think probably that the 13 village hall committees in my ward probably would rather bristle at the suggestion that they're expecting staff to sit in a cold hall. I would also say that what this doesn't say, and I fully appreciate that it's not about this system promoting and supporting village halls, but you know, actually 250 quid, 290 quid the council is actually quite serious to a village hall's income. And I don't think you should lose sight of that. I think there's a possible argument that you should ask the village halls what contribution is made by the council when it has elections in there. Quite happy just to receive that as part of the information in the report coming back. The other thing I noticed slipped in quietly in 313 is that the opportunity will be taken to encourage the use of postal votes. And we haven't had a debate on the merits of postal votes. Now, arguably, because it's an available facility, it is there. I simply throw out the question about whether or not it should be being promoted as such. We haven't had a discussion. I'm neutral, but I like to have these things thought about rather than simply being slipped in.
I mean, the issue of the income to village halls, is that something that can be looked at?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that just want to be in a position for members to be very conscious of the decisions that they make. It may well be that members' view is that actually, for that small number in that community, we'd be willing to carry that. And I just think at the moment we've done it without members being clear on that. So in fact, you know, bringing the budgets, bringing the consequence for fulsome debate and guidance from members, and then I will implement that decision. It's not about, and what we're trying to avoid is any sort of scientific model that would then reduce, because actually in a rural area like ourselves, that can't work. So again, that's why I think the consultation's important, to make sure all those views are brought forward for us. But certainly we can ask those questions as part of our consultation.
I think on the issue of postal votes, I think your ward is one of the ones that got the highest number of postal voters. Councillor Nicholson.
Sorry, I probably should have declared an interest in one of the areas I stay in, Johnston Village, but and that is one of the ones highlighted. But I don't understand why it's highlighted, because it's Johnston Community Centre that it goes to, and Johnston goes to Johnston Community Centre, so you're not going to shut Johnston Community Centre because 85 people are in Johnston Village, so they probably just better just keep going to Johnston Community Centre. And my other question, Gavin's already answered that on 2.4.
Yeah, I think there is a wee bit of an anomaly, because it just shows all the polling places which are smaller. Because I was a bit shocked when I saw how few people seem to vote in Ecclefechan, having spent many years chapping doors there. I wondered why on earth I'd bothered if it was only 125 folk. But of course, that's only one part of it. And there's another ward which also votes as the councillors who now represent the ward advised me. So I think there's not too much should be attached to those particular figures, because some people are voting in polling places which are used by others.
Perhaps Leader, it would help if we did a bit of GIS mapping as well to try and show it, to give you a bit more. We'll make sure all the information you need to take decisions will be available for January. Because I think actually for a lot of members, trying to work out where some of these polling stations are might be quite challenging as well. So we'll try and bring back a map that helps lead you through just some of the geography as well around this.
Councillor Howie.
Thanks, Leader. I was just wondering if we have information on the percentage of use of these actual polling stations. See, absent voters, I believe, are postal voters. Station voters are those who have elected not to use a postal vote. Do we know how many people are actually using these particular stations?
There should be figures available after each election, shouldn't there? How many people actually voted in them?
I can't provide turnout figures, which would be based back on the verified figures at each count. We can look at that and tell you who actually, what the turnout in each station is, yes.
I think that would be beneficial if we were going back to our communities to try and justify not using these, if we were to say, well, actually less than 50% of people are actually using them. That would make it easier to sell.
Councillor Dryburgh?
Thanks very much, Chair. And I was listening to the Chief Exec earlier on saying he might have to talk to yourself about certain things on this. Why should you be any different for us? We've got to talk to ourselves quite regularly. I think one of the issues perhaps that's not in the report, the potential to look at is, as you're aware, Leader, that we went to do some support in the Carlisle local council elections. And they had ISO containers or mobile polling stations. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to look at that as well.
Yes, certainly I was impressed to see a mobile polling station in a council estate, basically, or housing estate, which was very obviously available to people. It was somewhere which is outside the centre of Carlisle and probably didn't have a natural place.
I'll have a look at anything that helps the democratic process, but I'm just thinking of the cost. I'm struggling to keep it within the budget just now. But actually, we have other assets we might be able to deploy. That's a good suggestion. So I'll have a look and just see if under Borderlands I can get them to give me their station.
Maybe they'll lend us, I say.
You just have a good talk to yourself, you'll be fine.
Councillor Campbell, John Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Yeah, it's just picking up on Councillor Nicholson's point about the Georgetown. I also noticed that on page 249 you've got Algarve North and Algarve Village. Now Algarve North, which I presume is probably the outlying places with the number of 11, but I mean Algarve Village Hall has still got 451. You know, I mean, you're not going to deny these 11 people still to go to Algarve Hall, surely.
It'll be for members to decide, but within the available budget, or members will pay for it.
But I think it's something we take into consideration, isn't it? That somebody was using the same polling station as another polling district.
Yeah, but I mean, Algarve Hall is still being used for the majority of Algarve Village itself. So I mean, you're not actually closing that polling station. It's not on here as marked for closing, but Algarve North, you know, they still need to go to a polling station. And if you're keeping Algarve Hall open as a polling station, it would make sense, similar to Georgetown Village. They've got to go to Georgetown.
Yeah, I mean, that's a decision we'll make when we get the report back in January. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader. It's with regards to the point that Councillor Maitland made about postal votes. What are the statistics looking like on postal votes at the moment? Are we still increasing at the rate that we have been in the past, or has it now plateaued? What's the present sort of position?
I don't have exact figures, but there still is a slight increase. It maybe isn't as quick, or as sharp as it had been, but it still is increasing.
Of course, if we have a December election, I'd imagine a lot of people will want to exercise a postal vote than try to get it into some of our postal if we're going to do it in midwinter. But yes, it's starting to plateau off at this point. But I think that's also going to reflect the demographic shape of Dumfries and Galloway. So I think we're well over 20% now, and in some areas, again, we'll bring that back in the report. It's well over 30%, into towards 40%. Just depends upon the makeup of that area.
Chair, is it worth the council's while trying to promote it further to see if we can't get figures down?
I'm sure the individual political parties will be doing the same if we have a December election. Okay, are we happy to proceed to the recommendations? which is, first of all, to do we agree to proceed with the review of the polling districts? Agree to that? Okay. And to agree to delegate the necessary arrangements to the returning officer? Yeah. And to receive a future report on the outcome of the consultation? And are we content to endorse the requirement for the council to supply the returning officer with the necessary staff? Okay. Grand. Thank you. If we progress to item 7, which is the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal. The report provides an update on the development of the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal. I thought we'd actually been told we had to drop the inclusive part because the UK government didn't like it. And the Heads of Terms Agreement. Since members last considered Borderlands at full council last December, there has been considerable progress on the development of the deal, including the agreement of Heads of Terms with both the UK and Scottish governments. The details within the Heads of Terms Agreement, along with the indicative timelines for the completion of the final agreement, are set out for full council. The challenges of delivering the deal now that Heads of Terms have been agreed are explained, and the resource requirements that will be required to complete the next stage of business cases in line with the Treasury Green Book 5-case model. Council are requested to withdraw delegation from the Economy and Resources Committee to enable Council to consider the matter given its strategic importance. So first of all, are we content to remove delegation from Economy and Resources? Okay, so can we move to debate? Chris Travis is here to assist with members' questions. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Leader. Members will know that I was originally very sceptical about this as a proposal, but the fruit of a great deal of hard work is in front of us, and I'm certainly very happy to support it now without a shadow of a doubt. I had just a couple of questions, I think principally on the resource requirement paragraphs at 3.4. It was a pleasure to deputise for the Leader at least one of the Borderlands Leaders' meetings, but I recognise we're negotiating all sorts of different things between 5 partners over 2 different jurisdictions, and the course of that won't always necessarily run entirely smoothly. Are we confident that we're going to be in a position to bring back the estimates for Dumfries and Galloway's contribution to the resources that are going to be needed in time for the timescale that's set out here, and crucially so that fits into our own budget considerations? Because I think that members are inclined to be making at least some decisions before Christmas. This might or might not be one of them, but I think it's important we try and slot into that if we possibly can. So, understanding that this might be a bit of a moving target even now, what's the confidence over that?
Thank you very much. We've started work on trying to understand the officer capacity and financial resources that the council will need to deliver the business cases for which it is wholly or partially responsible. We've also started work, and we're well on with the work on the requirements of the Programme Management Office. All deals have a Programme Management Office because the reporting requirements on growth deals are extensive, and we would hope to at least have some draft numbers in time for us coming back to we're coming back to full council in December with a collaboration agreement. So it is possible that we may have at least some draft numbers by then, which we can share with members at that time.
There was a bit of discussion on the meeting last Friday, and the Chief Executive's group has been asked to look at a couple of possibilities in terms, particularly certain issues about the staffing of the Programme Management Office, which were discussed. So there'll be a bit of additional work done on that. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Leader. I just kind of line to what Councillor Davidson just said. There was a lot of doubters in regards to this when it first came along, and I think all officials, members of the council, councils, governments at all levels should be congratulated to getting to this stage. It is a really good news story, let's face it. The level of investment coming into this region and across the borderlands obviously is quite impressive, and it's the start of a 10 to 15 year project that'll lead to better things beyond, above and beyond. So I mean, I just think it's a really good news story. Not got many questions. It's self-explanatory. We've been involved in it for a number of years.
a great project that's come forward, and there was a lot of doubters, especially at the beginning. Quite rightly so, you can understand. It's been on a balance a couple of times, but ultimately the political makeup of both parliaments have supported it, and well done to them.
Thanks. Yes, it's certainly a good success story, but there's been a huge amount of work put in by officers from all 5 local authorities. So, congratulations to them for having got it this far. Councillor McClelland.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just to reiterate the comments made there by Councillor Crothers, totally agree that this is an incredible opportunity for Dumfries and Galloway, and delighted that it's happening. But just a question relating to 3.3.3, and it's in relationship to the procurement process, and the standard framework for that is the OJEU. And I'm just wondering if, with the impending Brexit, will we still be following that framework for procurement?
Yes, because it also complies with the Scottish Government's procurement model. Whether or not my English colleagues would follow the OJEC, I think it'd be another matter. But we're trying to do it once, do it well across. But I would say that it might allow us a bit more discretion to move things at pace if members wish. But I would advise members on the risks around that at the time. But certainly we've got early indications that there are a couple of outline business cases that both Westminster and the Scottish Government would like to see progress quickly. And there are obviously quick routes within OJEC as well, and procurement processes that they might push us down. So we would be as quick as we possibly could whilst managing risk.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, it's on page 256. I just wanted to draw attention to the £5 million that Scottish Government has allocated towards the 7 Stains. Now, certainly this is something that I had brought up previously about the fantastic resource we have here in Dumfries and Galloway in terms of mountain biking provision. Now, clearly, as part of Borderlands, there's the Mountain Bike Innovation Centre, which is focusing on Innerleithen in the Scottish borders, and £19 million has been allocated for that. Could we please try and ensure that that £5 million is actually focused on the other centres, of which are related in Dumfries and Galloway, and that £5 million doesn't get absorbed into Innerleithen and Glenchess?
Sorry. Yeah, the 2 projects are obviously complementary because they're both about mountain biking. The investment at Innerleithen is not about mountain biking per se, it's about developing a centre around the technology of mountain bikes and the science of the design and development of mountain bike equipment, whereas the 7 Stains is about the existing 7 sites, 5 of which are in Dumfries and Galloway. So clearly the bulk of that £5 million will be allocated towards Dumfries and Galloway in line with the distribution of the seven sites that make up the facility.
Councillor Maitland.
Leader, I just want to say that I'm really very excited about this. I think to have got a cross-border arrangement, at least on the starting blocks, more than, is seriously excellent, and I want to commend all the hard work that's been done. Leader, however, at the moment I can arrive in a Towns Development Trust or a forum or equiv in Dumfries and Galloway and be met by total blank faces when it comes to mentioning Borderlands. I mean, people haven't the faintest idea of the opportunities that are available, or indeed what our money is to be spent on. And so I'm sort of wondering about the information and really getting people to understand the opportunities and the change in culture which this can actually bring. It's not clear from here.
So certainly going forward, the communication strategy and so on has been discussed at the leaders group, because obviously we weren't able to divulge a lot of it before the 1st of July because the governments didn't want us to be, I suppose, preempting their good news. But now that we're able to do that, we will be able to communicate, and certainly that's been considered. Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think your point is well made, and we're conscious that we had a kind of period of silence around the leading up to the signing of heads of terms which was just before summer, which of course also was a challenge to us. We have been updating the information on the Borderlands website, and I would encourage all community groups to visit the Borderlands website, where there are a series of newsletters which set out the ambitions of the partners. There's also a link to the Heads of Terms agreement on that site. We're also planning a second Borderlands conference, which will be held in Northumberland on the 25th of November, is my recollection, at Slaley Hall. The first one was held in Dumfries, and therefore we're rotating it around the region. The Dumfries conference was a huge success. There were between 300 and 350 people who attended that, the vast majority of whom were outside the kind of the framework of the public sector, if you will. And we hope that we'll get a similar response to the conference in Northumberland. And clearly the trail for that will give us opportunities for a higher level of communication activity, and then post-conference, again, there'll be a higher level of communication activity. But we're conscious that we need to spread the message more fully.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you. We had the sort of mild 6-month delay, but perhaps the spread of this over, I think it's 10 years now rather than the mooted 5, is more significant. And I wonder whether we've really taken hold of the full opportunity here, and if we didn't, why we didn't. Were we too parochial? Didn't we engage enough? Was the SNP ever really committed to the regional aspect of this? But I must say I welcome this report in its tone that it does view the project more regionally. Turning to specific projects, the Star of Caledonia is still in there. Speaking on behalf of a lot of people who have been upset by the number of, let's say tall, highly inefficient steel erections that they've seen in our landscape, and for the good of electricity, albeit, to actually, when we finally get some money to spend it on this is somewhat of, it's a troubling insult. But £1.5 million has been allocated. So my first question is, of what? How much is it going to cost, do we think, at the moment? I know the costs have gone up, and hopefully the council isn't going to contribute any more of the excess. Then the next project, which isn't mentioned here, but got through into the I'm going to call the big book, which was the fact document that came out about a year ago. It's the Southwest of Scotland Coastal Path, which I'm quite interested in. So being interested in it, how do I track the progress of this track? Match funding was a thing that was mentioned along the way, and we were assured that probably it would just be notional and not really significant to projects that are in here. Is that still the case? We've got to find the money for the business cases. I understand that from today, but is there a risk or an opportunity for us to spend a lot of money on these individual projects to match fund them? Do we need to think about that in ahead? And new projects, I don't understand necessarily whether we're still open to new projects, or were all the projects those that were listed in that big book I referred to earlier. Thank you.
So that we did not ask for the Star of Caledonia, we were given it by the UK government. If that answers it. Anything for you. Chris, do you want to take any of the other points up?
Thank you, Leader. In terms of the timetable, all of the deals in Scotland are, the timetable is split. The Scottish Government funding is over 10 years, and the UK Government funding is over 15 years. That does not prevent us from delivering the projects sooner. It just means we have to wait to get the money. And in quite a lot of these deals, the partners find ways to effectively bring forward expenditure and then recover the cost from the deal downstream. The Southwest Coastal Path didn't make the final cut. There was a notional amount of money for a Borderlands walking and cycling generic project, which did not make it into Heads of Terms. You will appreciate that when we set out our proposition to government, we were effectively offering our wares for sale, and they have decided what they want to buy, and that was set out in the heads of terms. The thing I think to note about heads of terms is that it, at this stage, is a commitment, not an agreement, and in order for the commitment to be translated into a formal agreement, we have to do the business cases for these projects. If any of these projects don't hit the business case threshold, there will be opportunities for further discussion with governments about what other things we might bring into the deal. But at the moment, we're confident that what's in heads of terms can be delivered.
Okay, so it's just quickly, sorry to crave your indulgence once again. So 15 years for some of the money now. Star of Caledonia, leader to you, can you confirm that we won't be spending money on the Star of Caledonia then?
It certainly wasn't our intention. The UK government has offered, or the Scottish office has offered 1.5 million, but it's only for a period of 3 years, and it's on condition that they raise the rest of the funding. I mean, they may well look in our direction, but that would be something for us to consider.
Great, thank you very much for that. And so I'm very disappointed about the South West Scotland Coastal Path, because I'd have thought that was one of the projects that was pan-regional, linking ourselves to the path, English path, and then up to Ayrshire, and in a positive, eco and tourist-friendly way, and right in line with all the goals and themes of the project. So really disappointed to hear that. I hope that something like the Star of Caledonia can drop out at some point, and I will be the first trying to get the path back in. Okay.
There are other possible sources of funding for the path. I think the Chief...
I think that if you look at this amount of money, it's what it does is now we're having conversations with senior civil servants both in Scotland and in England, and we've got attention, again, to push on some more strategic issues such as the A77, the A75 agenda, where we're actually having meetings now with national civil servants that we would fought hard to get that prominence. Part of the conference that we're talking about is actually very conscious it might just before the general election, is also about what other opportunities are there for us to work together out with this to pull the funding down. In particular, as if there is a post-Brexit, the allocation of ex-European funds can be bid globally. And again, the conversations around pastoral, a big element is on destination. So we'll actually be talking to the people that are going to produce future funding streams in relation to destination and tourism. So we're actually at the table talking about one thing when we can raise another. And I think for Dumfries and Galloway, our biggest problem is we've never been at the table. And I think this opens up those opportunities. And there's also been talk, both by Westminster politicians, and particularly the Scottish Government, about a Borderlands 2 in relation to this, because of other opportunities in relation to the emerging green agenda that might actually be the logical place for us to secure investment. So I think for me, this has actually positioned us as members wanted back in the spotlight. They can't ignore us anymore. And again, certainly I don't think, I even had somebody from Network Rail travelling to Dumfries and Galloway, and those of you long served in the council know that that is like having snow in the middle of summer for Dumfries and Galloway. And again, that was that was only because of this deal. Without this deal, that person would have required us to go to them if they would have actually taken an appointment. So I think again, it's positioned as, and the 10 to 15 years, don't worry about the timescales. A lot that's so we can cover such projects such as the Gateway development in Carlisle, potential of a new railway line to Borders, or as you're about to see the CHAPELCROSS programme. But stuff like place, destination, we'd be looking to spend that money now and have it repaid over the period by the government. So all that will come in individual business cases before members for their consideration.
Okay, Rob, I think you wanted to come in on.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. I am feeling pretty subdued today, so I think I'll just confine myself to a factual correction of Councillor James. Paragraph 3.2.1 sets out the facts as regards the respective support for the deal on the Scottish side of the border, which is £85 million from the Scottish Government versus £65 million from the UK Government. He will be able to work out from that which is the greater. I would simply observe that that's been a trend that has been followed in every growth deal that has been agreed between the respective administrations to date.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chairman, it's been cut short, and Gavin's already answered, the Chief Executive has already answered the question I was going to ask, because I'm looking at 3.2, 3.9, where it talks about Border Railways extension feasibility study, and you know the railway there. So I'm pleased to hear what Gavin has said, and that there's a recognition of both the A75 and the A77, and it does tie in with promote destination cohesiveness in terms of these major strategic routes, and pleased to hear Gavin say that there is a recognition and we are at the table on it. My question then would turn to the previous 3.2.3.6 in terms of the Stranraer Marina and the 16 million, and without looking at a gift horse in the mouth, then it does fall short, and I think the last figure was something up to the region of 24 million for the marina, so it does fall well short. And unlike the Seven Stains that refers to project initiated projects, Scottish Government has allocated 5 million. There is not the Scottish Government in this. Could we perhaps have clarification on that in terms of the monies that would be required to develop this? Gavin referred to move apace, and that the people of Stranraer have been waiting 11 years for something to happen on the East Pier, and again, without this, it doesn't seem that there is anything happening. So we would look for this to move apace, particularly, you know, when we look at the Loch Ryan and the Skiffis project, and the report in the Free Press only last night in terms of the millions and millions of pounds that generated in the local economy, and I have no doubt the Oyster Festival will reflect the same. So I think we do need to have some kind of movement, notwithstanding, you know, that it's still to secure the final deal agreement. It's just some clarification that there is going to be an investment coming, as was indicated by the Scottish Government before the last Scottish elections, and that 6 million falls well short of what's going to be required.
I understand that we've had reassurances that money is still available, and there's also money allocated by Scottish Government and by ourselves in the capital investment strategy on top of that. So the 16 million isn't all that is available for that project. I think it's more like 26 million that would actually be available. I think I'm correct in saying that the total would be more like 26 million.
And for clarification, it's not tied to the East Pier. This is about the development of a marina that will come forward. You know, so I think a position that we want is that the East Pier is an issue that the government specifically made a commitment to, so that they could be separate decisions as we move to full business case. Part of the full business case process of engagement with government will be determining, using the community consultation we've gone way, what is it that the people wish. But there were two specific allocations. This was not tied specifically to an East Pier. It was tied to development of a marina, but there is still a commitment to a pier. It's how we best use the availability of all the money that the business case will tease out. And of course, that's one, if you look at the paper, that will come back specifically to this council for consideration.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader. I mean, like a few people have said, this report is actually a very nice update. It was well presented. I think at the community partnership, Chris, you did a good way. You presented yourself really well, answered the questions. There's one concern I do have a wee bit of, and that is with the 3.2.3.6 destination, 32 million from in total. I hope this isn't a get out of jail free card for Visit Scotland.
I think the point to keep in mind, Councillor Wood, is that this money is capital. It's for capital projects. It's not for things like promotion and marketing and advertising, which is the remit of Visit Scotland. So this, I don't think, changes the responsibilities of Visit Scotland or the relationship between Visit Scotland and the Council.
If I could just come back, you say it's not for promotion yet. If you look at number 5, it says promote destination cohesiveness. And all the other points there as well, as my understanding is, that's what Visit Scotland is supposed to be doing, is building the reputation of the area as a tourism destination, raise the profile of the area. These are points that Visit Scotland are supposed to be carrying out right now. So I just have a difficulty understanding why we're spending such a large amount of money when we have an organisation that gets a vast amount of money from the Scottish Government, and it's not presenting the case for us down here in Dumfries and Galloway.
I think Visit Scotland doesn't actually get a capital allocation. This is a capital investment that we put into tourist attractions, visitor attractions here. It's out of here. Yeah, it's not. I mean, they will still do the same. They will still be charged as doing the same thing. In fact, Visit Scotland have put $500,000 recently into the promotion of the south of Scotland as a destination. They'll still have to do that work. This is over and above anything that Visit Scotland is doing, and it's particularly for capital projects which would promote the area.
Leader, with the greatest respect, I think that we need to get governance for this and more information, because my understanding is that Visit Scotland does get capital as well as revenue.
This has nothing to do with Visit Scotland. I mean, this is our money for members to determine to spend in these projects. It will be within a framework that we agree through the business case to ensure that we spend the total public pound-wise. But Visit Scotland will not have a part in the decision-making process of how this money is spent. It is for this council, and it is this council's deal along with its partners. And I think the destination that we're trying to push is the destination of the whole of the Borderlands area, to get people to come into the north of England and the south of Scotland and move into our area. So just to give you that clarification, the Visit Scotland will not be part of the decision-making process, but the government would like to see our alignment to the strategic objectives that they're signed up to do. And it's not money taken from their budget given to us. They'll still be required to spend the same amount, if not more, on us. So I think it is, just that confusion. There's no decision-making process involving Visit Scotland in relation to this money.
Stephen Thompson, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Leader. It's actually 3.4.1 and just the phrase, bringing forward the expenditure and recovering the costs downstream. Now, I appreciate we're going to get some more detail on the costs associated with the outline business cases, etc., and what's required to actually work those up. I'm sort of remembering, maybe misremembering, I don't know, but I had kind of thought that part of securing the deal was that this would be the time when we'd start recovering the upfront costs that we'd outlined in our budget, and this is the downstream period where now that we know we're getting the money, that's embedded within the Borderlands award, if you like, or the deal. So I'm just wanting to get a sense, now that we're talking about 10 and 15-year projects, do we need to think about, when the report comes back, are we going to have to capitalise budgets from our council over 10 and 15 years to support the resourcing of officers to work on cases that are for the delivery of the Borderlands programmes for the next 10 and 15 years? Because I think we maybe thought that once we got to the heads of terms and agreed the money, that cost would then be absorbed within the Borderlands funding. So it's really just has that now moved on a bit, or are these costs that we can recover downstream, as it was said earlier?
No, the heads of terms is an agreement to move towards a final business case. So we haven't yet signed the final deal, which is the one when the First Minister and whoever from Westminster will get together. At that point, we have a deal, and the money will then flow through in the approval of the final business cases by Treasury. So that's the same process the Scottish Government uses. So it's the sign-off by Treasury that would allow Scottish Government to release the money, give them confidence. It's the process. How we then would resource it, so over the next few months, we'll need to resource the work needed in advance of that, just like we would if we were putting together a bid for an old ERDF or European Structural Funds process. Then how we recover it, some of it could be capitalised and some of it will be revenue, but we already have large amounts of revenue expenditure and economic development to do this anyway, so it's just mapping that over the next few months for members, that how we would deal with the costs of doing it may well be a revenue strain in the budget or a capital strain. What we're setting up in the principle that's been given us by leaders is that we don't intend to use what other people have used, which is to use a range of consultants and external people to do the work. Because what we've found from comparison, that's normally in schemes like this, it would be 10 to 15% of the total award goes on those costs. What we're doing is by putting a PMO together, is that we're looking to do that under 5% of the cost, so it'll be the cheapest deal in Scotland. And we'll bring that back to members. But moving forward, the decision-making process of how we can then treat beyond the final deal costs will come dependent on the nature of the deal, because some of them will quite clearly be revenue, some of them can be capitalised, and we'll be able to give you a greater clarity as we move through that process. The immediate cost issue for next year will be resourcing the work we need to do to get to final deal. Now, some of that may well then become capitalised later on, but we won't know until we get to the shape of the final deal, because that'll be covered in it. So those are reports, when they come before members, we'll be setting out, as we get towards the final business case of each one, how would we resource taking it forward. But the fact we're setting up a PMO now means that we've got a very good best value model in comparison, because if you look at the Glasgow model, I think it was about 12% of their £1 billion would go in consultant fees and management fees. So, as I said, we've started the principles off, and we'll bring those reports back to members as soon as we've got greater clarity.
Councillor Wilson. Thank you. Councillor McClelland.
Thank you, Leader. Leader, I just wanted to go back to 3.2, and I think it was Councillor James made the comment earlier about the funding, and the Deputy Leader has indicated the 85 million by the Scottish Government and 65 by the UK. The 85 million in the Scottish Government, just to be clear, is that over 10 years, and the 65 from the UK Government, is that over 15? And to the Chief, there's been an inference suggested that the SNP in some way has created a delay. My understanding following this Borderlands growth deal is that in the dealings with the Scottish Government, they have been significantly much easier to deal with than UK, just probably because of the administrations in each. And I was wondering if you could give some clarity as, has there been a delay caused by the Scottish Government? And a final point, on the Star of Caledonia, I hadn't really seen it anywhere in the papers until it came in this paper here with an inclusion. Now, I have an understanding that the departed Secretary of State for Scotland perhaps included that following some pressure from the current Secretary of State for Scotland, and could that be clarified?
The first thing, he's absolutely right that the Scottish deal is over 10 years and the Westminster is over 15, which is the Treasury's guidance. In arriving at the heads of terms, our dealings have been with civil servants, and particularly we've been helped by the work of the Scottish Future Trust, which actually has now been invaluable in helping our English colleagues in taking it forward. So we've leaned heavily on those bodies, and that we were, I would say that we were in a much better position regarding clarity in the Scottish side than in the English side of the deal. And part of the English problem is that there was no new money on the table for our English colleagues. It had to be withdrawn from available budgets. So therefore that has created difficulty. And indeed at the moment we have a problem where we need to spend £30 million on the English side in the next year and a half, because it has to be spent in the nature of the way the budgets come forward. So even though we are saying it could take us a year to get the final deal, that means we're 6 months to spend it in some of those areas. And again, leaders have been challenged in how we work that. So therefore, yes, we were well positioned to go. The Star of Caledonian, I think, as my colleague has said, came out of the blue. It was not an ask. It is, and I think all deals have things that suddenly appear in them. And I think it was a concert hall for Edinburgh that suddenly came out of the blue. The Council's position, we made clear in an exchange of letters. This was not something that the Council wishes to promote, nor indeed, I think, from the leader said, support. However, the money came in conditional to that group. Now, we will assist the group in managing its way through the process, but beyond that, this is not part of our PMO. It is for that group to secure the funding and negotiate with Westminster Government on relation to the release of the funding. The only challenge for ourselves would be that the money might need to flow through, if the group is successful, through this council as the accountable body in accounting terms for it. But certainly that's the only provision that we would be looking to extend to. Just to be clear, it came as a gift from Westminster to that group, and the first we heard of it, I think, Leader, was on the day of Heads of Terms? Yeah.
Yes, I don't know about the current Secretary of State, but I think the previous Secretary of State had some affection for the project, and that may have been why it was there. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. Again, I noticed this Heads of Terms agreement has been signed by the former Scottish Secretary, and I don't know if that's still viable, it's still legal or not, is it? Or whatever, and we'll be waiting another one. Are we still confident, we won't be signing the final deal for a year? I think it is that what you said? About a year? Now, there could be different elections throughout that time, and things may change. I was pretty confident that that money will still be available and agreements will still be available at that time. And just on the Star of Caledonia, it's my understanding that the £1.5 million that's crept into it, that if they don't come up with the £1.5 million, it goes to the other deals that are available in the borderlands, not some new ones, is it?
The understanding in that, Councillor, because you're absolutely right. I'll come to the further one. The Star of Caledonia, that our understanding at this point that we have agreed a quantum with our governments, and therefore once that, it would be then up to the partnership of how that quantum, if it's released back in, would be spent in prioritisation. So that would be for the partnership to decide. That's our understanding. We'd obviously want to secure that through the final deal. And the second issue that a week's a long time in politics. I think an hour's a long time in politics at the moment. But we have, through this process, tried to keep a very broad church of consultation with political parties, not just with the government parties at this time. So therefore, we've been briefing MPs, MSPs, and obviously there's a different complexion of some of the politics for our English colleagues. We have not received any intelligence back that any other potential alternate Westminster government would not support the deal and are equally back the deal. And so we've been seeking that through particularly some of our English colleagues about where we would go. So therefore, we don't believe any government would choose to go against the money if it's already committed through the Treasury process at this point. Therefore, or they'd have to do it publicly. So I've not had anything but support cross-party for this particular deal. Other deals in Scotland, I suspect, might not receive the same, but certainly we've very much tried to keep everybody on board as much as we could in the development of this process. And of course, the Scottish money is from the Scottish Government.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Leader. Much of what I was going to ask has already been asked and answered, but the question I'm coming back to, Gavin just touched on it there a minute or two ago. My concern is how will the projects go ahead without additional costs being incurred by us if the timescales for the flow of money are different? And just in the back of that, and if we were to say no thanks to the Star, can we encourage the Secretary of State to spend some money for the hard-pushed dairy industry and stick it into so that was completed on time quicker at the same timescale as the Scottish Government?
The 10 or 15 years, if I can just say, if we could just sort of, that's like a cash flow issue. Once we get to final deal, Treasury sign this in blood. So effectively what it means is we will receive, and it depends on the nature they want to fund it, like a cash flat allocation of the money on an annual basis. So it's not particularly tied to the projects at that point, and therefore we would borrow or spend against that money coming in, and so it becomes a cash flow issue. So as soon as we get to final deal and it's signed by both governments, it goes into Treasury and the money is released, just like PFI funding and support we've had. So therefore there'd have to be something seismic to change that. And in the Star of Caledonia, as you say, we've already expressed very strongly through the Leader our view of the project, and therefore if it doesn't go ahead in the timescale set for it, the money releases back in for us, and it'd be for members to influence the process of where we think the priorities might lie under there. And hopefully, just to pick up on your point, if we do develop a world-class dairy innovation centre within Dumfries and Galloway, there would be by that time lots of other spin-off research gathering around it. And actually I'm just about to support a bid for a major additional fund to that that's been made to research grants down in London today. So therefore I'm about to support that on behalf of the council. And again, if they get that, that actually might dwarf this award in relation to the dairy centre. So again, it's about getting the ball moving and what suddenly starts to appear before you when you've actually got some projects that can seek soak-in funding. But the Star of Caledonia, if that money is released, I'd be looking for members to influence where best we would advise the partnership to spend that money.
Councillor James.
Thank you again, Leader. The flow rate of money is somewhat disappointing, and I was casting around to see, well, why did that happen? And maybe it's just one of these things you never get the full amount as fast as you want. But as regarding the SNP's attitude, I thought, well, it might have been a thing that they were fighting, that the Borderlands economic political area might become a thing, and they might not like that. So, fair play, they love it enough to give it 85 million in the 10 years, and presumably want to grasp hold of the opportunity, which is the pan-regional aspect, the real leverage aspect of it. So therefore, what percentage of the 85 million will be spent in pan-regional projects, and therefore how much money will be spent in England from the Scottish money? Because I've noticed the UK government's money goes over the whole area. But before the Deputy Leader comes back on that, I think about the Star of David, and it's come up a few times. I objected to it in a party meeting. I objected to it in a seminar. I objected it to a full council meeting with its heads of terms, and on no occasion did I notice that anybody didn't like it. So really pleased to hear that we just don't want it. And could we maybe today get on the PR front foot and actually have a motion that I would propose now, that this council does not want the Star of Caledonia, and ask that the money be reallocated within the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal. Would anyone like to stand up and second that, please?
Assuming referring to the Star of David, you actually meant the Star of Caledonia, because you were getting me rather worried.
It's an attempt at a joke.
But before someone seconds, can I just say that it's not a clever position to ask me to negotiate a deal towards a final deal by telling them we don't want some of this money. And I would just actually caution that we've only got a heads of terms agreement and a political uncertainty, and therefore part of the heads of terms is what money the governments wish to give us. That money can disappear, and not just the 1.5 million for the Star of Caledonia, just as quickly in the next few months. So certainly, I'd be willing if members wished to express disappointment, etc. But certainly a formal motion, I don't think would put me in a particularly good negotiating position in the next 10 or 11 months.
You might be able to get the moral high ground, because this is public money that people think is going to be wasted, and it's a very socialist attitude, if you don't mind the expression, to think that any wastage of money is a good wastage.
Does anybody wish to second Councillor James's motion? Councillor Driver?
I don't wish to second that. I want to sort of move on here, because this is one of the probably most important projects that could be coming into the 5 local authority areas in the north of England and south of Scotland. Now, the recommendations are in front of us to note and move forward. So I think, as part of my motion, Chair, I would say that we go with the recommendations of the report in front of us.
I'd have 2 people who've been waiting for quite a while to get in, so if we could just take those 2 people, and then we proceed to the recommendations, as you suggest. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader, for your indulgence. It's with regard to our partners that we're working with, the other local authorities, how many of them are actually signed up to the climate change policy? And the other thing I would like to ask as well is, we have a climate change champion, and many of these projects will fall very much within his remit. And will he be able to participate in the forthcoming discussions?
I certainly think that climate change would be very high on our agenda when we did discuss these. But yeah.
Absolutely, all members will be involved. Each of the projects will have project boards that will be seeking representation and views from the private sector, members, groups, depending on the nature of the project. I would expect that officers would be engaged with our climate champion to make sure that the strategy that we have agreed in the climate emergency is reflected through the individual projects. So it's absolutely, I'd expect, in particular when we come to the place agenda, that every elected member will be involved in setting that agenda. You know, I would hate to think that the environment just became the responsibility of the environment champion, but certainly we'd be, already met with all the directors to make sure that we're very clear on what the direction of travel would need to be.
And finally, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Leader. It's just a couple of observations that, like Councillor Drivers mentioned, I'd be quite happy to go to the recommendations as well. It's a great project, and I think we really should be welcoming it with open arms, and looking a gift horse in the mouth maybe not a great thing to do either. But just a couple of points. Given the timescales involved and the need for some of the other projects across the border to be brought to fruition a bit sooner, what's the mechanism for prioritising what's going to happen first? Are we just going to do them all a little bit, or are we going to pick certain things and take them to their fruition? And the next point is, I know occasionally in here accountancy lessons have been offered from certain people, but I just like to point out that if we do have a cash flow issue, it will have a revenue consequence also if we've got to wait for the money.
No, in terms of project prioritisation, some of these projects will kind of have a natural timetable because of the stage of their current development. And in terms of deciding how we lay them out going forward, that's to a large extent up to us. In the course of the next 12 months, as we're completing the outline business cases and getting those agreed with government, we also have to agree with them a financial profile. And that financial profile will be based upon the prioritisation of projects and the order in which we wish to do them, and how many we want to do up front and how many we want to delay. Some of them will run for quite a long time through the deal, such as the PLACE programme, just because of the nature of working through settlements and delivering projects across the piece. Some of them are standalone projects like the Stranraer Marina, and I mean, clearly there is a mood in the room for that to be progressed as quickly as possible, and we will take that guidance from members as we come back with reports on the progress of the development of the individual business cases, and all the relevant business cases will be brought back to members for consideration before they're submitted to government.
And the accountancy lesson is well taken. You're absolutely right. I think as we bring back reports, we'll be showing the difference between, if we move quickly, because of capital inflation is almost significantly more, the difference between the risk of inflation in relation to the cash flow and going early to save us in the capital. So those will be information provided for members for the consideration. But you know, if I could get the Treasury to pay as you go, as in as soon as we've got one scheme, just give us all the money, but they're not keen on that.
Shall we proceed to the recommendations, which basically are to note in 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.4, 2.5 and 2.6. Okay, that agreed. Now, I was informed some time ago that lunch was here, and so I hope it's not super. It might be a bit cold by now. Do you wish to take a half-hour recess for lunch at the moment? Okay, we'll see. In the Borderlands. No, it's not. Item 8. I've not turned over my piece of paper. I'll be pleased to know it's actually item 8. And it's CHAPELCROSS site transformation and approval to start the next stage. The purpose of the report is to present members with an update on the CHAPELCROSS site transformation activities during the last 12 months, provide an overview of the key management and leadership measures that the CHAPELCROSS partnership is taking to deliver a step change and success for the short, medium and longer term site transformation. The report also seeks to secure members' approval for the formal commencement of the CHAPELCROSS programme management process, which is underpinned by national best practice guidance and management processes, which provide a transparent and accountable methodology to direct successful programmes. As the subject matter of this report is within the delegations of the Economy and Resources Committee, it is requested that delegation be withdrawn to enable the Council to consider the matter due to its strategic nature. Are we agreed? Grand. Mark Fulton is here to assist members with any questions, and I'll open the matter for debate. Councillor Dryburgh and Councillor Carruthers. Archie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, I mentioned before I'm the Chair of the SSG, Chapelcross SSG Site Stakeholder Group, and also on the Chapelcross project. But I think this decision is right to come here to move to the next steps of Chapelcross. Chapelcross project has been running for a number of years. In the first instance, there was a six-year stage of the Chapelcross 1 project, which saw a lot of our young people get into business and start-ups, a lot of employment and things like that, and it also helped the employees of the Chapelcross site move on to other organisations. I think this is one of the biggest ones that we have within the Borderlands project. The amount of work that Mark has put into this and the seminars, etc., it's the right place to do this this business at full council. So with your leave, Chair, I fully support the recommendations in this report, and I would like to hear from other members, but I fully support it.
Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Thank you, Leader. What a great project, as Archie's already outlined, and absolutely right to be here today and get this Borderlands project really underway. But I suppose, I had a chance to attend the seminar. Mark along with Steve Rogers in particular, Mark gave a great presentation, outlined potential concerns I had, and I think they were satisfied at that point, and obviously encompassed within the report today. So just some points of clarity. So it does refer to, in 2.4, Appendix 2. So just if we can see exactly where that is. Because one of the points I raised at the time, at the seminar that is, was in regards to the structure, how the wider council, so probably looking at page 317 is one part. I'll come to that. If we get just exactly what is Appendix 2, because I did struggle to find it. I've seen a 101A, 3 and such like, but I just wanted to be absolutely clear, because that's one of the decisions we have to make today. Then I'd probably go on to just a point for clarification and reassurance, Leader.
If I can answer, Appendix 2 is basically, it's the forgive me. Appendix 2 is the mandate for the programme, which basically is the document helps trigger the start of the next stage, and it gives us basically terms of reference to go forward into the next stage. It was included on the site as a file. There wasn't a cover page on it, unfortunately.
Enough. So it was the programme. It does say that within that recommendation too. So it starts at page 287.
I don't have your pack. Sorry.
I know. So it does, and it's 20. So no, that's fine. That's quite clear. I wanted to make sure I was on cue with that. So on page 317 talks about the organisational governance in regards to that. So I think I'm using that page. It's referenced 2 or 3 times, but I can read this one. It's big enough, it's large enough. So it's in particular, it just get reassurances again. I raised it at the seminar. So it's got the structure there like a flow chart that shows how it's being led, the programme boards, and how the council feeds into that. It refers to DCG, Senior Corporate Management. I think it's DGC probably. I think it's Dumfries and Galloway Council. I just wanted to make sure that's absolutely clear. But I'll raise the point again and look for the reassurances in this forum. So when it comes to elected members at all levels, from local through to the wider council, so whether you're sitting in locally, I think it's important, but the wider Arndale, Eskdale and Dumfries and Galloway, it's the influence they'll actually have on this project as it goes forward and the ability to do that. I'm just looking for reassurances that what's being presented here is structurally sound, safe enough, it's a good governance system. So a local elected member will be included, and a wider member of the council at all levels will be able to have their input in regards to not take over the project but influence.
I'll happily take that, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. I think I echo both yourself and Councillor Dryburgh's comments. This is the game changer in many ways for Dumfries and Galloway. And the announcement yesterday of the new climate targets that are directing the travel around the energy agenda, which is moving at a pace, I think, which has surprised even Mark and I in interest. Absolutely. I think what we have here is a basic programme structure. I think what lies beneath the DG members and the DG senior leadership team is that consultation process. I would expect that local elected members, wider elected members will be feeding in both to the programme board, the sponsor board, depending upon the topic that we're talking about. And I think what we'd want to bring back to members through the Economy and Resources Committee is the local governance structure of where and how that engagement would take place. Obviously, this is the key decision-making points, but it's about how members at all levels feed in, and particularly the strength of getting the project to this point has been the local leadership and local engagement with elected members, both in the area committee and local members. However, it's not been a formal process, so if members are willing, we'd bring up a paper to Economy and Resources once we've got this agreed as how that local governance into the various elements of this would work, because obviously there'll be certain points in which there'll be documents by the major investors, etc., that would need local member or wider member input, etc. So I would work with Lorna in bringing forward that underlying paper, perhaps to Economy and Resources, that will show you how it will work, once members agree this position.
Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. Just to sort of build on the comments from the Chief Executive about the climate change agenda, from one perspective, I was really pleased to see specific reference to our climate change, our climate emergency declaration, and I think that the opportunities for CHAPELCROSS in terms of being a green centre of excellence, both for energy production, but research and development and manufacturing. But I also see it as a huge opportunity for Dumfries and Galloway as a whole in terms of the natural resources that we have in the region. So yeah, very pleased to see the references to the climate emergency in this report. But can I make a broader point, and I'd be interested in Gavin's thoughts on this, that the cross-party working group is going to meet on the 8th of October, and that's when the work in earnest should start in relation to implementing the 12-point plan. But I think it's important at this stage, as you know, it's been included in this particular report, is that all reports and activities that are being undertaken by the council need to be viewed in terms of our responsibilities on climate change and reducing CO2 emissions. So I think directors and indeed service committee chairs of subcommittees, etc., have an important role to start that process, because it is going to take time to get through the process of implementing the plan. But I think there's an opportunity both to identify quick wins, to evidence that the council is serious about tackling climate change, and also to exploit the opportunities. And of course, CHAPELCROSS is a huge opportunity, and I'm glad to see that we are exploiting the economic benefits that can arise from this.
Happy to give you that assurance. I think that I'll engage with my directors and perhaps changing the shape of the reports. I think we could both cover it in the scope and the governance of the reports to make sure that it's absolutely transparent about how this will help us achieve the various policy objectives, because I think sometimes they get lost in some of the reports. So perhaps engage back with members about a couple of options of how that could be presented. I think the simpler we can make it, and I think if you start off trying to achieve that, it's much easier to fit it in. But I think the reports need to be reshaped as well to deliver that. Perhaps I could ask Mark just to build on that point about the energy opportunities, and perhaps some of the opportunities we've got over the next couple of months in relation to that, because I think it's quite exciting new developments that as we're pulling this together. Just very briefly, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. If I could draw people's attention to the mandate, in the back there is a thing called a RAID log, which captures risks, issues, assumptions, and dependencies. In the back of that, the assumptions identify a whole series of different energy vectors, I think they're referred to in the energy world, that we're looking at, and that includes geothermal, includes solar, includes hydrogen production, includes thinking about using the link to the Solway to access marine-generated power. One of the key things about this particular program and our approach is it's different than the previous approach. The previous approach looked at what do we do here normally, and can we do that again? Whereas this is looking at what are the key features and benefits of the site, and how does this place in the context of policy drivers out there that make it an attractive location. So if I draw your attention to the route map, which is Appendix 1, that seeks to tell that as a story and to sort of facilitate a discussion. And there's a little box in there that talks about why it's attractive. But the specific thing that Gavin was referring to then was that yesterday or the day before, the Scottish Government put forward a change to their policy or their plan with regard to their 2045 target. And they've basically increased the target to reduce carbon from the 70% figure to a 75% figure, which is a challenging target. It's more challenging than the UK target, but it's really good news to demonstrate Scottish Government's commitment to this. But it's also really good news to CHAPELCROSS, because CHAPELCROSS can play a pivotal role not just in Dumfries and Galloway's climate emergency, but also lead the way and follow on from the likes of Orkney and Aberdeen in terms of doing great things in that particular space. Good news is that there's help out there and people wanting to help us. Gavin's approved a small delegation of us going out to Aberdeen in a few days to go to the SHIFCA's energy conference. SHIFCA is the Scottish Hydrogen Fuel Cell Association. They are giving us a high level of help in understanding stakeholders, opportunities, making connections, and outside of this, there's probably need quite early to have a workshop to explain what's going on. We've got other things planned which I won't go into here, but it's a really fantastic opportunity, and I'm really pleased that I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Leader. And like the previous members, I'd just like to reiterate my support, and a thank you to Mark for bringing the paper to us here today at Full Council, and also a thank you for the personal one-to-one tuition sessions regarding this high-level strategy document. It was very much appreciated. But going forward, I do welcome the opportunity for, in particular, the local elected members to be involved in this process, and I'm pretty sure you've seen a commitment from us all, and you'll find that commitment going forward. This is an exceptional opportunity for Dumfries and Galloway Council, but in particular for us to put something back there on that CHAPELCROSS site. For over 50 years, that site has gave a tremendous input to the local economy, but we have an opportunity to go beyond what CHAPELCROSS has already delivered. So I fully welcome this opportunity. And with that in mind, the first allocation of monies has been identified there. When do we think we'll see the first phase of works, which I believe will be works on the route in from the A74M and maybe the access arrangements into the site? When would the expected commencement be for that phase of the work?
Really, that's a question to ask the programme board when it's set up. In the paper, we've said that it's good to bring that forward as soon as we can, because at the moment we've got a landlocked site, and if you've got the highway route in place, you don't have a landlocked site, and you open it up for a whole load of good stuff. So the timing of it is to do with how soon we can release the money now, whether that's money from UK government, Scottish government, or some other benefactor.
One key thing is it's not our site, so therefore we've got the unique opportunity. We managed to convince, using Councillor Driver's good offices as well, the NDA board to come up. They're visiting Sellafield, but they're actually only going as far as Carlisle, which shows getting them out of London's been a challenge. But they're actually going to hold their board meeting at CHAPELCROSS. Now, this is unheard of, so we have been given 45 minutes to make our pitch. So therefore, one of the first things we'll probably do this year is start doing some surveys of the site ourselves, so we know what we're buying, because if local members will know it used to be an airfield, and there used to be Spitfires, but just bulldozed in, so there's a raft of issues beyond the nuclear. So we'd probably look to do some yellow jacket work to give the public confidence that we're moving on. As soon as we get the money released, obviously, the Scottish Government's intention is we start seriously looking at putting the road in, because it's not a site attractive to investors unless there's a road. Now, obviously, there's another investor looking to come in to do another part of the site, so it might be a joint venture between us, because they'll need a road. So again, I think that's the speed this could move at, as soon as we get some significant partners working with us, and that's why we're taking every opportunity to promote, not only in a conference in Glasgow, but going to go down to London, where the real money and investors are, to encourage them about our vision. And therefore, that's the type of work we'll be doing over the next few months, so that this time next year we should be sitting with a signed deal and hopefully the first real yellow jacket work going on in the site.
Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. I was having a quick look at the route map, and it's quite full. And if it was like a map going somewhere in a car, I would say we're coming up to Spaghetti Junction. There's various boxes in there which say where we are. Now, is that within the blue line, within the red line, or within the total line? This is an important place. And are we at a stage where we actually feel we've got to where we wanted to be at this stage? Are we behind schedule, in front of schedule? And I take it, when we're looking at climate change, this must be a very important sunray diagram, because it's about 7 times, I think it's in this paper. You know, one would have been fine. But where are we? Where are we going to be? There's a box here that says CHAPELCROSS SOBC, and it says the case for change plus, and it's got funding, highways and site services. Does that mean it's a case for them, or has the funding actually been identified for that and it's ready to go? You know, there's bits in here that I just don't understand where we are, where we're going, and what we need to do to get where we want to be.
I'll do that one. Where we are is we've made the case for change to both governments, that actually there is an opportunity to invest. Even since our initial discussions with both governments, the climate emergency has completely changed it. We struggled to get the government to understand the strategic opportunity that we saw for the site. That, if we'd started from a year back, that conversation would be so easy now, because we recognised this uniqueness of its location, its assets, the energy agenda. So where we are at this point is we have a strategic outline business case that's been accepted by both governments that this is a strategic site. They've committed money towards basic infrastructure work and roads, not all we asked for, but certainly a good road down at this point. We now need this framework approved by members to allow us to put together what you would call the business case, working with partners. So where we are at this point is we've convinced both governments this is a unique site that can bring game changer to Dumfries and Galloway. They've committed initial money to it in relation to, they recognise you need a road and basic infrastructure or nobody will be interested. We now need to then work through the next 12 months to pull all the partners together in a business case to have the project for your consideration. So that's where we are in the process. In many ways, what we've done is sell our vision. They've given us initial money that can be released to start to draw that vision, but we need now to put together a proper project. And what this is the approval to do the world-leading project management around it, so that we can then get those partners to commit. So we're almost at the launch point, but we do have money committed to get us over the first hurdles, which would be around roads and some basic infrastructure. Those of you know the site, it's not really got the infrastructure for a business park, stroke energy park at this point. So that's where we are. And from this point on, it really starts to get into serious project discipline.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Leader. I mean, I think this is a mammoth opportunity. I think I'm interested in the how we deal with the climate impact measurement, because clearly that's going to inform all of the business that we do as we go forward. And I'm just sort of have this thing hankering in my mind about bringing forward the expenditure and recovering the costs downstream. And I think with projects like this, where probably our first priority is to build a road, to open up access to the site and then open up access to other opportunities, all of which can be good. But I think we need to know really kind of what impact in our climate does our current activity have. We appreciate that the investments and the works that we're going to have to carry out will be very high carbon environmental impact in the short term. So in and of themselves might be very worrying, but the actual long-term benefits will be so great that it justifies the investment at the time, or the climate impact at the time will bring long-term benefits. So I think that's the type of mature discussion we'll need to have about how we go about our business and how we inform the risk of our projects along the sort of climate barometer, if you like. Because there's going to be things we'll have to do on such a scale that will be such a massive impact and promote the use of vehicular traffic, for example, because it'll be a busy site when it's all done. However, the energy gains and the renewable energy gains and all the other benefits from that in 10 years' time would be amazing. So I hope we can get to a stage where that's the type of considerations we'll have to weigh up when we're taking decisions like this.
And hopefully we'll be the small partner in a much larger private sector and perhaps national investment. But you're absolutely right, that's the metrics that we'd be looking to develop through the project, depending upon who's interested in working with us and why hydrogen suddenly gone from nowhere to being really important, and that's why we're going up to the national conference. That's why we're using industry leaders. That's why we're trying to get on the energy agenda. I've just had a letter back from Strathclyde University, who are leading the agenda for Scotland, saying that they would be interested in partnering with us. So it's moving at a real pace just now. And therefore, what we'd look to do is draw on Strathclyde's academic research to give you those statistics, because they're the ones that advise the government. So we're building those partnerships through this fantastic work that Mark's been leading. It's very difficult to say no to, and it's very difficult to get out of your office, as I know, when he wants something. So I think what we want to do is maintain that momentum. So as we move forward over the next 12 months, it's the development of those metrics.
Okay. Shall we proceed to the recommendations? The first recommendation says to agree the progress that has been made. I think probably we should be saying we note the progress that has been made rather than we agree the progress that's been made. Okay, we're happy to note that. To agree the bespoke route map in Appendix 1, which was page, and approve the start of the CHAPELCROSS programme as described in the programme mandate, which was pages 287 to 309. Happy to approve that. To note the development of the site has the potential to create a significant number of new high-value jobs. Indeed, and to note that further reports will be brought before members, presumably to the Economy and Resources Committee in due course. Thank you.
Sorry, Leader, and it was just to provide some greater worked examples of the clarity of how members will be involved, both at local level and wider, and feeding into the Economy and Resources. So that was, the members accept that.
We move on to item 9 on the transformation programme. This report presents our agreement on the consultation mandate for the Council budget 2020 to 21 and future years. In considering the budget process in June this year, the Council determined the timeline for the 2021 and future years and committed to consider the consultation mandate today. The report sets out the amount of activity which has taken place since we last met and the two-stage consultation processes involving citizens, customers, staff and stakeholders, which it is proposed that we adopt. And Kirsty and Paul are here to invite to assist us with any questions on the report. Right. Councillor Nicholson.
No, I agree with the report. Go ahead, but I want to use a hook, or a sky hook in this case, with the North West Community Campus report, and just wondering when that was coming along, because this might, impact on some of the questions and that for the appointments.
Do you have any progress on the Scottish Futures Trust report that we were hoping to see?
Unfortunately, there's no sign of the report yet.
Yeah, it was my understanding that the report did come to the council, then it went for observation, then it went back to the Scottish Government way. But
There's only been limited consultation on. We've not seen any sign of any final version of the report, and we're currently awaiting that.
Because I understood at some point, that they were going to release it for people to read it, and then then they would take it back again. But they've not actually done that yet.
We've not finalised that yet. We've not even a date for it to be produced.
Oh, that's a disappointment. Okay. Somebody else had indicated. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'm looking at this and then I'm reflecting on last year, and I'm just wondering if we've got a figure. I think last year's consultation had the return was about 7% or even less in terms of getting to the people and that determining.
I think the process this year will be very different. I mean,
I'm just asking, if we've got a figure as to what return we would want in terms of the consultation, and also the other one is, and I would hope that enough has been enough, and that we maybe not be looking at and making the point to the Scottish Government. However, but that the consultations is spread across the region, and not just because it's very difficult for people in the West to travel, and I know that's the point being made in education.
Did you have the information that was requested?
Happy to pick that up, Councillor Scobie. Last year's, particularly the budget consultation, had a target of reaching 500 members of the public, and we exceeded that by reaching about 800 who participated in the simulator at the time. In addition to that, we probably had about 900 staff who completed, so it was a fairly significant number of our staff who participated. In terms of this year's report, we don't project to have we haven't set a figure, but certainly we'd be keen to see in the region of the 500 again. Clearly, when you use an online method, you have a greater reach. This year we're focusing on community conversations, which you'll be pleased to know are indeed in each ward, and therefore we'd be expecting similar uptakes to previous years, and I think we've got a good track record of members of the community attending community conversations, so I would be keen to see that repeated.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, Chair, if that information could get out to the people, because I got an email, I was copied into an email today where that information is not getting out there.
So we obviously need to ensure that communications around the process are...
Yeah, but we've had information out there, and the consultation events tended to be in the east.
The transformation group, most of the transformation programme events have been in the bridge. Councillor Maitland.
Page 329, and that's with respect to the role of community councils. Can I have an idea, Leader, about what sort of response form is being suggested here? Because I know from previous experience that community councils will be cross and upset if they're being overfaced in this particular task by not having suitable tools for the job. Sure, they'll do it, but they need to have the information in order to ascertain views of the community.
Kirsty, do you want to say?
All community councils will most certainly receive an information booklet which is referred to within the mandate there, and that information booklet will include the listing of proposals that are being considered, that have been put forward by officers. So community councils will certainly have the information they need in order to make an informed response back. Clearly we will be working within short timescales, which I know is a constant barrier for community councils, and we'll do whatever we possibly can to ensure that they've got the time sufficient to make that response during November and into early December. At the first meetings, as members will be aware or becoming aware over the next few days, they have first meetings scheduled during October, and so they'll have advance warning of both the community conversation dates, should they be approved today, as well as what will happen the next steps well in advance of November.
I suppose it's also, if it's new community councils, they may need a bit of assistance in being launched into this process straight away. Some community councils may be much the same people, but some may be new and need a bit more of assistance in actually undertaking the piece of work they're going to be asked to do. Councillor Sloan.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at the budget process timetable. I'm looking at by 31st of October 2019, summary of savings 2021 prepared by officers, distributed to all elected members and published for stakeholder engagement. Can it be made clear to the officers that we want every pound of savings detailed and what detriment that will be to any service that it's taken from? Sometimes decisions are made in this chamber. People do not know the ramifications of it. And I think every officer who puts forward a saving must spell out exactly what it will do to the service.
I think the 31st of October date it won't be as much detail as will be provided later on, but you do make a valid point that certainly in some budget savings we discover after the event effects that we didn't actually expect. I think one of the virtues of this process is that the public will be able to see and respond before the decisions are made. And to a certain extent, what happened last year, people were not able to see and respond, and it was actually after the decisions had been made that we were getting the feedback from the general public. Councillor Wilson, I'll bring you in on this.
No, I think just to highlight that is just a summary of those proposals. So I would suggest it's maybe for individual political groups and groupings to actually consider those proposals in detail, or those summaries anyway, and then seek the further detail behind that, depending on what their personal preferences are going through that process. So I think that just to really highlight it is the summary, because I'm led to believe that the work behind the business cases has not yet started, but certainly the identification has, and that is what will be published.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader. It's with regards to 3.5 when you're talking about the 16.1 funding gap. Now, I was just wondering what sort of lobbying action is the administration putting in place, because I note in the paper that Councillor Wilson is having sleepless nights. So it's all to do with this wicked SNP government that's cutting the money. Are you actually going to be lobbying that wicked SNP government?
Well, you may recall, Councillor Wood, after a meeting of, I think it was Policy and Resources last year, I wrote to the government and to the leaders of all the political parties and to all our local MSPs to present the view of the council in regard to our likely settlement, and I'm sure we'll be doing something similar again. Councillor Wilson.
I think actually just to point out as well that the council responded to the Scottish Parliament's Local Government and Communities Committee call for evidence on the long-term sustainability of local authorities. That was agreed by group leaders and submitted. I also sent that to all local MSPs and MPs, as to which one replied to inquire for more details. And we have briefly discussed actually engaging with local MSPs after hearing the stage 1 and getting the local government finance settlement, which will be in early July. But happy to take on board any suggestions on further lobbying that the administration would happily carry out.
Councillor James.
Thank you once again, Leader. We could solve the funding crisis and Councillor Wilson's sleepless nights problem by abolishing Holyrood, and we should start by withdrawing our support for it and get back the money and power where it belongs. I look forward to taking part in the consultation, particularly around participation requests and the funding thereof. I'm almost somewhat reluctant to do and put forward good ideas because, as we've seen, earlier in the Mundell monstrosity motion that I put forward, that even though people here agree with me, they wouldn't support it. So perhaps me putting forward a great idea might have a negative effect on it, but I will try it anyway in this consultation. Labour have double representation. I've pointed out that before on the Transformation Board. They have a double dip because they're on it and their affiliates are on it too. So they're overrepresented for a party that's facing extinction in Scotland quite soon. More red list than red flag. But there's a big problem that is not being taken on yet by any of the parties here. We've got this sort of usual sort of cosy lowest common denominator consensus here. And I would like to offer the Conservative Party the chance to actually get out in the political forefront today and call for the end to the no compulsory redundancy policy which we have, which is not fit for the purpose of reducing our staffing. So we need to end that, and I don't want to remain alone in calling for that. Could the Conservatives now back that, please? This is the ideal opportunity to get ahead of the game.
I certainly am not going to answer for the Conservative Party. I'm sure they're capable of conserving for themselves. But Councillor Carruthers, you may want to respond to that.
Just to respond, I mean, I think what we're looking today is the outline of the transformation in the budget process. As part of that, it comes to the tail end, and at that point, if there was got to be some kind of change in regards to a no compulsory redundancy policy, which the Council clearly has at this moment in time, I think that would be the moment in time to actually address that particular point. So admiration for Councillor James in regards to putting it forward, being forward thinking, but I think there's an appropriate moment in time and it's not right now.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. I don't think the abolition of holidays was within the competency of the Dumfries.
We've passed quite a few madcap motions in the last year or two. We could do that.
Okay, any further observations, or are we happy to proceed to the recommendations? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hislop, I didn't see you there, sorry.
Thank you, Leader. It's just one question. Will we have the fullest of information by the time we come to actually make the budget according to the timetable? Because there was a rumour that COSLA did not ask the Finance Secretary for a 3-year budget, and he'd actually phoned, I think, that evening of the decision of that to speak to the finance spokesperson on COSLA to say that, why didn't you ask me for 3 years projection? Now, could you clarify if that is the case or not?
The position, as I understand it, is that the Cabinet Secretary is prepared to give indicative figures depending whether or not there has been a national spending review in relation to the Scottish Government. The issue of whether COSLA specifically asked for a 3-year settlement, I think they've agreed on a 1 year plus 2 indicative figures from the best guesses from the Cabinet Secretary is the current position in COSLA, but it will be matter debated tomorrow at COSLA in relation to the update for that. I think the difficulty we have is perhaps the bigger risk would be whether or not when the Scottish Government can bring forward a budget, given the current political uncertainty in Westminster, because we should have had a spending review, and we haven't. So again, I think that might make pressure, and I think that's why we've tried to give as much flexibility in our budget timetable for us to potentially go as late as we could before we get into council tax issues. Because actually the last week has actually increased the uncertainty, I think, for the Scottish Government in being able to bring its budget forward, and that'll be reported to COSLA, and I'm pretty sure that the Deputy Leader will feed back following that.
Councillor Davison?
Yeah, essentially happy to confirm that. My understanding position is 1 plus 2 years indicative. Of course, depending on whether or not that is possible, we all understand why it may not be, although it would be exceedingly helpful to this council were it to be the case. Not quite sure about the entirety of the breakdown in communication, perhaps. So there certainly was a vote, although the vote was a rather more complicated matter than has necessarily been reported here. But I'm quite happy to take that up with the resources spokesperson, who, of course, I think is with negotiating with teachers today when I see her at COSLA tomorrow.
Okay. Happy to go to the recommendations, and we're prepared to agree that. Grand. So item 10 is the appointment of Director for Education and Learning. Following the recent resignation of the Director of Education and Learning, members are asked to determine the arrangements for the appointment of a successor. And the report sets out a proposed timescale and process. And Paul Clarkin is here to assist with our questions. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I did read this, and I thought at the first how are we going to be certain that we have a wide, somebody who might come that isn't necessarily needing an education qualification? That's the word I'm looking for. So, I mean, I had looked at this with respect to attainment and ambition, and I did actually speak to Paul over lunchtime about how you attract somebody from a wide pool, because I see also one of the other things we really are requiring is an in-depth understanding of the works of local government, including local outcomes. So I do accept that's in knowledge rather than experience. I do accept that. But I suppose what I'm really looking for is being absolutely certain that while we have a post which is about education and curriculum, that we've got the opportunity to lever in a person of real talent who can see the broad picture and do all the things that you're asking for in this job spec, which I think is it's very good. But how will we be sure that we will definitely attract the attention of somebody who isn't simply from the point of view of education alone? Because that's what would worry me. You'd simply see somebody, see a post, it says education, oh, well, I need a qualification.
That is a very helpful question, Councillor Maitland. Looking at this and building on the comments that members made at Employment Appeal Sub, we're looking at the head of education about how do we attract the widest possible candidature for members to be able to then short lead down. I'm just wondering whether or not members would consider whether or not, if you're looking for a job in the current competitive market, because I think there are about 5 posts similar to this out there, it's the title that's going to attract you, I think, if you think before you get into the detail. I'm just wondering whether or not, when I ask members to create education and learning, I wonder if perhaps members would consider adding skills, which might attract a broader, because looking at that, I would think it's like a promoted head teacher moving up the rank of the school, and given the transformation challenge that members face, and we could actually adjust the advert to give that impression that we're looking for a broader leader of our skills agenda across a region, given the fact that with the new enterprise company, there's going to have to be a regional skills plan for the first time, of which I would want us to be leading. So a tweak rather than a major change that would allow us to market, so that members could then perhaps have a very broad long lead for them to be able to put it down on. And that wouldn't require any changes to the size of the job, but I think it might be more attractive out there in the competitive market, but willing to take guidance from members.
Okay. Councillor Maitland?
Well, I mean, I have to bow to superior knowledge as to what's going to attract the person we're looking for. I mean, when I wrote down, I looked at, we had an Economy and Resources Director, a Communities Director, and I thought maybe what about an Attainment and Ambition Director? But I can see that might be a step too far.
Councillor Nicholson?
It's just a quick apology, Leader. This is the item I was going to hammer a hook on. Paul can answer it again if he likes the question. But on the last point, I agree with the inclusion of our skills. I think that's a very good idea. It's pushing the boundaries a bit and then encapsulating what we're trying to achieve in the whole learning aspect. So I think that's a good suggestion.
Councillor Driver?
Yeah, thanks very much. I totally agree with what's just been said there. I think when you look at the previous reports that we've had, looking at the skills agenda across Dumfries and Galloway, I think we would be a key player in looking at that as a whole. We're going to be involved in so many different aspects of learning and skills and education, whatever it is. I think it'd be right to include that as part of the job description or job appointment, if you like, for that case. So I'm quite happy to go along with that suggestion.
Councillor Wilson?
Thanks. Slightly different. I'm not opposed to the idea, only just attention to detail. If we have an employability and skills service that sits within Economy and Resources and actually reports to another director, I would just be slightly concerned that we have an education and skills or whatever it would be called, and actually some of our functions relating to skills in the council actually then therefore do not report to that education and skills director. So if we're trying to get somebody, that's what we want them to do, how can we be sure that they have the levers in which to sort of meet that ambition?
That's a very good question. So actually a very small team. So therefore, moving them could be an option, or actually just working on a multi-skilled team would be the action. I think it's a bit like economy and resources and finance procurement, where there could be multiple directors reporting. I think it's a management challenge, but I think that given that the vast majority of our resources and preparing our workforce for the future lie within this sector, it might be something that we could engage with members about, a small change to move it across, but it's a small part of it. I think it's the key. How do you link the economy to the skills is the critical bit. So it could well be that there would be times, say, economy and resources, in which both directors would be there to provide advice to the committee. I think I'd rather work that with the clarity and having the leadership on it be much easier. And again, as you think about finance and procurement, sometimes you could have the 3 directors reporting to that committee, because actually that's what it should be about, that cross. There shouldn't be boundaries. So it's a very good point, and I'd be happy if members did approve this to make sure we tidied that up and moving forward and brought it back to the appropriate committee.
Thanks, Anne. Councillor Wilson?
Very good use of examples with finance, procurement, transformation, but and I think, and that's absolutely fine. I just wonder if maybe sort of that tidying up of functions should maybe be left till we've actually made an appointment, and sort of employment appeals are quite happy that actually, do you know what, we've got somebody who isn't just, an education person, they have those wider skills to take on those functions too.
Councillor Levy?
Yeah, I think the Chief Executive's suggestion is a very good one. I think what it also does is emphasises the parity of vocational training with academic education. So I do think it's important that that's the route which we go down.
Councillor Ferguson?
Thanks. I'm actually going to support what the Chief's actually saying there, because we need to be absolutely clear. The functions don't go up and down the way, they go across the way as well, because that was one of the cornerstones of the modernisation of the council, is that not only does stuff go that way, it goes that way as well, and there's an interchangeability. So if we just went with pure education and learning, that could be seen as a barrier, and I would suggest that they should be looking for somebody who's capable of going across other sector areas.
Councillor Wood, did you indicate you wanted to speak? No, you must be waving, sorry. Okay, Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. We've heard that vocational qualifications are important. Does that mean to say one of the best ways to possibly get the best person is, under the first criteria, educated to degree standard? We get rid of that, and let's see people who might have came up another way to the top, rather than just by having a bit of paper that says they can read notes and refer accordingly.
Paul?
Chair, we would actually include that as an equivalence if it proved to be of equivalent nature. That's why we say that at as a suffix to the
So an equivalent professional development qualification would be appropriate.
Perhaps, Leader, we make that clear in the advert, what we mean by that, so that you read very clear in the advert that actually if you've worked your way up and got the experience, etc., we would consider you for the long meeting, and for members then to take it down from there. I think, because otherwise if you asked me what's an equivalency, I probably wouldn't know reading the advert. So perhaps if we work in making it absolutely clear in the advert that it's not just the university degree that we're looking for, would perhaps again give us a broader candidate field.
Chair, it's just that there are some people who have reached the top in their thing without having any professional development things, because they've been possibly self-employed and actually got there through hard work, rather than just having a qualification. And they've put in different hours at different times to get to a different level. They might be the person who just comes in and actually creates something different for going ahead, rather than, right, it's a bog standard, as long as you've got tick this box or tick that box.
I suppose you then also they will have to work with teachers who will have professional qualifications, so somebody in that position might have a difficulty in the way in which they might be, I mean, maybe incorrectly, but by the way in which they interacted with the teaching profession.
I think we have to be careful in setting some minimum standards so that it's clear to applicants whether they'll be eligible or not. I think the equivalency could actually at least ameliorate some of the concerns of Councillor Hislop.
Councillor Bell.
Just, thanks, Leader. Obviously, from an agricultural perspective, if I was employing a farm manager, I would never look for the qualifications. I would look for years' experience in the field, cattlemen, husbandry, crop chemicals, and as Ivor was pointing out, years of practical experience. It's the same as people in the army. People come through the ranks. You sometimes get somebody come up to a warrant officer. They're made up to a captain. Some of these people are some of these soldiers are probably, but some of the officers that come to an officer tend to be some of the best field officers that this country's ever had. I would never look for anyone with a string of qualifications coming out of university with no practical experience. If I was employing a farm manager, I would certainly not look for the qualifications. I'd look for long-term skills.
But other parts of the specification do require a fair amount of experience. I don't think it'd be in a situation where somebody who is very inexperienced would be considered for a job like this, whatever their qualifications were. Councillor Wilson here.
I think, we're kind of going round in circles, but I think from my perspective, somebody can have a degree all they want. It's actually how have they put that into practice, and certainly sitting in employment appeals, that's something that I know we've looked for in the past and will continue to look for. But I think we've kind of exhausted this one a wee bit.
Councillor Dryburgh.
Thanks, yeah. The only thing I would add to what Councillor Bell has said is some actually seen there come through the ranks.
I just have one question. Yeah. just one question. If we were actually going to say that the job title is the Director of Education, Learning and Skills, does the Directorate then need to be renamed as Education, Learning and Skills? Just because it says Director and whatever.
I wished I hadn't taken my painkiller quite so early today. I think if we go out, that could be something that we would ask the director when they're coming in, because I think if we signal that at this point to the service, we might be signalling some radical change, and I think it would be up to the person that members wish to lead it to advise us on that. And I think it's like Councillor Wilson's point. We'd look to any structural changes and the advice of the director when they've come in to be able to see what they've got in front of them, how they want to best lead it. And perhaps that could be a question that members use to test through the assessment centre.
Yeah, it was just that's a relief actually, because it was a decision of full council less than 6 months ago that we called the director at that, so it could have been a little bit of a complication. Okay, are we happy to go to the recommendations, which were to agree the appointment process and the timetable and key stages, but with the amendment that we want the inclusion of skills and the degree equivalence as well. Okay, thank you. Agenda item 11 seeks the Council's agreement to the level of member attendance at the annual COSLA conference in October. The report also sets out the continued success of Dumfries and Galloway teams in making the shortlist for the annual awards event, which takes place during the conference. I think we have 3 teams which are up for, which receive bronze awards.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Got any? I think in previous years we've sent 4. One for yeah. I don't know whether the socialist group wishes to send somebody as well.
Oh, it's floor representatives, I think, and that's it, isn't it? But
is that all we're allowed to have?
Yeah, yeah. And, coming down the got 4. Okay,
so is there an agreement? Do we want to send 4? Or does each group want, who usually sends a delegate, wish to send a delegate this time? Yeah. Okay, that's fine, grand. Okay, if we can go to item 12, which is the Armed Forces Champions Annual Report. The report provides an overview of the activities undertaken by the Council's Armed Forces Champion, Councillor Archie Dryburgh, for the period 1st of April 2018 to the 31st of March 2019. I'll start by inviting Councillor Dryburgh to take us through his highlights and answer any questions, but also Liz Manson is here in case Archie wishes her to answer some.
Thank you very much, Leader. Can I first of all thank everyone in this chamber for the support I receive in carrying out this privilege of representing D&G as the Armed Forces Champion. From all members of the Armed Forces Working Group, Chief Exec, Directors and all staff, they've supported in ways that go above and beyond the rules in the Council. Can I mention three in particular? Hazel Kerr, Amy Roberts and Lillian Kringles, who have helped me no end over the past couple of years, but in specific to Communities Directorate as well, with the amount of ward officer input they've had around the whole last 10 years of being the Armed Forces Champion. I also want to mention the Veterans Garden Project, who recently won an award for overcoming adversity from the Keep Scotland Beautiful Awards only a couple of weeks ago. Have to say the veterans are chuffed to bits with this, and the support they receive from the local community can be measured. I'm not at liberty to say who and how many ex-forces personnel we've helped with mental health issues, but I can advise it is a lot. And at varying degrees over the 10 years I've been the Armed Forces Champion. But also our Veterans and Armed Forces Support Network, DG First Contact, have been instrumental in getting the support needed. Again, not everybody has been given the right level, but we have been successful in getting some support to all those that come forward, sometimes on a daily basis. And it's with this in mind that I am to organise a meeting of all Armed Forces champions in the region. So we have an NHS champion, a police champion, a prison service champion. We've got a new Armed Forces champion at the college. I've yet to find out his or her name in the very near future to see how we can work collectively together to provide the support needed more smoothly. The VC parades and the Armed Forces Day events have highlighted, and this is strong words, the devotion that our region has for our Armed Forces community. Given the opportunity, I believe that our ex-forces personnel and the families that come with them flourish in our region. We still have our niggles and I continue to try and smooth them. Can I also advise at this stage my thanks to John Charteris for his support. I can confirm today that the Veterans Garden have received a grant, ensuring of course we fill the appropriate forms in the time and in swift detail that he wants, of £10,000 from the South West Environmental Action Trust, which John chairs, for replacing the roof at the sandstone building on the site. We've still got a bit to go, but this grant boosts our opportunity to fix the roof, then get on with the rest of the site. We have remembered today Rona Lewis, and I cannot emphasise enough how much she was helping on the Victorian greenhouse side of the Veterans Garden. Jeff is helping me with two of the charities I'm supporting, and she has left strict instructions to him to support and get the help the Veterans Gardens deserve. Such a courageous example of the work she and other officers have done over and above their day-to-day duties. And as part of my thanks to Rona, I will ensure that this project comes to fruition. I can advise that for the first time in a number of years, we will be holding a festival of remembrance on the 2nd of November 2019 at 7 p.m. at St George's Church in George Street, Dumfries. The cost is £4, and that will be shared between the Royal British Legion Scotland, Dumfries and Maxwell Town branch and the Veterans Garden. I want to thank Tracy because our own very own Provost is actually going to be there supporting that, an important role. Thank you, Tracy. I'll be MC for the night, so I hope I do a good job. I'm sure there'll be some fun, as I always have in my events. And this whilst remembering all those that have fallen in all wars and conflicts over the years. Finally, Leader, to receive the Gold Award from Employers Recognition Scheme, the individual recognition from the LGIU for special contributions, was in no way all about me. This work needs to be done as a team, and our team won those awards. I was just the man with the title. If it was not for all the support across the region, I would have had a much harder job to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Archie. Can I invite any questions or comments from Councillor Crowthers?
Thank you, Eddie. I think Councillor Charteris was supposed to be here, and he unfortunately had to be on other business duties, even you could say. So I mean, he was lined up, Archie, just to put forward our thanks as a group, and obviously the council can do that with that. But we do admire the amount of work and support you put in towards the veterans, not only in Dumfries and Galloway, it seems to be wider across for the UK as well. We do appreciate the amount of work that you do and the recognition that Dumfries and Galloway receives across the whole of the UK. So thanks very much on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate that. Obviously, Councillor Driver's doing a fantastic job as the Armed Forces champion. Could he help me understand how big the sort of footprint is of how the Armed Forces has a relationship to our area? You know, how many families have relatives who have served in the Armed Forces, or anything that would help me understand how big the relationship is? Thank you.
In 2011, there was a study done about where armed forces, ex-armed forces personnel moved to in Scotland. And Dumfries and Galloway had the third highest per head of population ex-forces in Scotland. The highest being obviously Glasgow, Edinburgh sort of area, and the second one being sort of Dundee, Perth. So because when you look at the history of Dumfries and Galloway and the regiments, actually, it's not just regiments, of course, we do have quite a proportion of Navy and RAF as well in the area. We have, per head of population, as far as I'm aware, the third highest in Scotland.
I have no further questions or comments. Could we move to the recommendations, which are to consider the activities undertaken by our champion and to note the involvement in the various veterans working groups? Can I also add a third, that we thank Archie and the officers who have worked with him for all they have done on behalf of veterans over that period? Is it agreed? Okay, item 13 is a report by the Head of Democratic Services on the outside bodies. This report provides for consideration of members the details of the Council's representation on outside bodies appointed by full Council. Now, I should say that this is far from being an exhaustive list of appointments, because if you look on Connect and the section on outside bodies, there's actually 94 outside bodies cited. It includes people like the Armed Forces Champion as well, but there are 94 outside bodies to which councillors may be appointed. And many of these have arisen through historical reasons, maybe because the district councils had people in some of these bodies in the past. But I have some concern about those, and I know other councillors do, because sometimes people aren't sure what their duties are, and in particular what their liabilities are. I noticed that one of them was something to do with Prestwick Airport, and I wouldn't have thought that would be particularly helpful to be a member. I mean, you could end up with all sorts of liabilities and so on in cases like that. So what I would like to ask for, and I hope that the members will agree, is that we get another report on outside bodies, a substantive report on all the outside bodies, including those ones which are appointed, the historic ones, the ones which are appointed by committees, so that actually we can look across the whole board about whether or not councillors should be involved in some of these things. Because I think some of them, I know there are councillors who are on bodies which the council no longer supports, but this, for historic reasons, are on it. So can we agree to have a report taken maybe November or December, looking in greater detail at the whole spectrum of outside bodies that we are currently involved in? After that, I'd like to open this up to members' debate. Obviously, we need to take a decision as to we want to review the membership of these particular bodies. And if we do, we need to decide on what basis we want to populate the various outside bodies. Whether that be a proportional basis or whether it be a representative basis in terms of representation from the different groups on the council. So I'll open that up to members' debate at the moment. Then we will consider how we proceed after that in terms of nomination. Ian, Councillor.
Thank you, Leader. So, I mean, delighted that this is here, something that has been looking for a wee while now. I think, considering the changes that have been made with the Council, particularly in regards to the administration, it's formally a way of recognising that and maybe work in a potentially more collaborative way as the Council goes forward. That may or may not be the option. But interesting debate and thoughts of others today. So I agree with your position. Let's see a report at some later point in time, whether it's December, whether it's January, February, March. I think it has to be addressed in regards to the other outside bodies are not here today. So on page 371, I noticed on the report, there's a number there. So we have had a number of discussions, obviously, out with this room as well to try and hopefully streamline this process today. So rather than going through all the arguments, I think I'd rather just go straight to what we would consider to be the appropriate way forward, referring to page 371. So my proposal is that the COSLA membership, the COSLA thematic boards and the NHS board member remain untouched. They should remain the same. I think that's appropriate. But for the avoidance of doubt, the Dumfries and Galloway Strategic Partnership, the Dumfries and Galloway Pension Board, South of Scotland Alliance, SWESTRANS and Dumfries and Galloway Integration Joint Board are appointed from the Council on a proportionate basis by the political groups of the Council. And again, for the avoidance of doubt, for the sake of being fair and open and transparent, but again, it will be left up to each political group to appoint whichever member of the Council it feels appropriate. So I'll be quite clear and open about that. So if it was agreed in a proportionate way to explain that through for the governance advice, and as my understanding, it's happened in the past and it's appropriate to do it this way as well. So a political group may have a proportion, but it can appoint from any member of the Council if it feels that's the appropriate person, the right person to be, with the skill set, so on and so forth, to be their representative on that body.
Could I just ask for clarification, because the previous time we did this, we actually had slates of people, which were agreed by full council. So do we need to actually, does the full council actually need to agree the individuals who are on these bodies?
I think Leader, it's open to council to determine the manner in which it wishes to appoint to these bodies. So if it chose to do it on a representative basis with named individuals, or if it chose to put a particular slate up, and any changes to that slate could be required to come back to council in effect. So really, it's open to council to determine the way forward it feels is best.
I think what Councillor Crothers was suggesting was that at this stage you would just say so many administration members, so many Conservative members, so many, or whatever, but not put any names up against them. I mean, is that acceptable at this point? Or should names be put up against those positions?
I seem to remember at the time of this administration, a request was made to all groups to put names forward for these bodies. And a certain group said, my members all work, so they can't do it. Hence we've got what's here. And I would suggest that we go with what's here until the end of the term of this administration.
Councillor Wilson, you.
Sorry, I'm kind of going in the back of what's just been said. My recollection from May 2017, there was a number of positions that were left sort of, this is the political party or group that will populate those. We happened to have full council only a couple of weeks later, which meant that it was a quick process in order for full council to determine, yeah, that's the member that's going to sit on that particular outside body. So I'm just wondering, can we get a clarification that actually, if we were to just say, actually, do you know what, it's going to be a member of this group that populates that particular place, actually it would need to come back to full council in November, December, whenever we next meet for that to take effect. And I also wonder, once we've had that advice, if we could also, just my understanding with the Dumfries and Galloway Pension Board and it being 3 members, I'm not entirely sure on a proportionate basis what groups those 3 members would go to, and it would be useful to get that advice. And then I would suggest that we maybe have a recess to consider the proposal that Councillor Crothers has put forward.
Councillor Ferguson.
I hear what Nick's saying there, but the integrated joint boards is slightly different because it has to be a full council appointment. At the time, it's no way up to council leaders, group leaders to go away and then decide who it's going to be, because that's covered by primary legislation as opposed to a statutory instrument that SWESTRANS has.
I think in relation to Councillor Ferguson's point, it's certainly common practice in councils up and down the country, if names aren't put forward on a particular basis, to delegate authority to the relevant director to accept names put forward by groups at a later date. But it's really custom and practice and what the council is comfortable with.
Councillor Crothers?
I just asked a question to get a breakdown of, if we were to go on a proportionate basis for the Dumfries and Galloway Pension Board, which is 3 members, which 3 groups would actually, or who would those 3 positions be given to?
Well, according to the calculations I did last night, on a proportionate basis, it would be 1 Conservative, 1 SNP and 1 Labour. So it would be the same as it is at the moment.
That would be my understanding as well. So not being overly prescriptive, I think that's for the sake of allowing a degree of flexibility. Taking into consideration some of the points that have been made, it would be on a proportionate basis, same as we do with committee. So if these numbers changed, it would still be on a proportionate basis. So we went from 5 to 7 or 5 to 3, whatever it may be, it would still be on a proportionate basis. That's what we are saying. Now, we're happy to, within, say, 24 hours, populate the names, but we'd like to understand what the position is of the council first. We're quite happy to do that. So I think, and there's a way of actually accommodating it. It's up to the council. Council is sovereignty. We don't have to present slates. That happened previously. In fact, I was part of your slate, and the motion that was put forward, going back to Councillor McKee's point, was by the Conservative group, same as what it is now. We asked for it to be, for the membership of these outside bodies to be on a proportionate basis, but that was voted against. A slate was presented. So, for clarity, it is about having as much flexibility as we possibly can and being as fair as I think, and using the same formulas we do for our committee structures. I think that's fair.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. I'm trying not to smile about collaborative, talk about collaboration in it and proportionality. It's not that long ago that collaboration meant that the Labour group is not allowed onto anything at all by the same speaker there. Yeah, by your group. Anyway, from the collaborative nature of the numbers, and it has happened and it is happening in other cases, what I would suggest is you have 1 from each group on, for example, the Strategic Partnership, South of Scotland Alliance, West Trans and the Integration Joint Board. So, and that's collaboration if you want, and that's, that's giving every group their say, and that happened. I remember that's Community Plan Partnership, for example. I was once told when I was the chair that, you don't need to have anybody on it, but I said, I want everybody from each group on it, and that included Councillor Maitland, and, which I could have very well said no to, and we could have had representatives there. So in that nature, I would suggest we have 1 from each grouping.
That is actually my own personal preference, speaking just as myself. I feel that with 5 different groups, that these positions are not political as such, but that there should be input from each of the 5 groups. But I know that that's not necessarily a position held across the council. I think that's maybe the debate that we need to have. Councillor Carruthers.
I think we've had clarity in regards to the competency of the motion. I would formally move what I've previously said, that we do move on a proportionate basis. The names, only addition to that, I think, would be that on top of what I've already said, is that the names would be submitted to the proper officer within a 24-hour timescale.
You have a seconder?
Leader, thank you. I'll second that.
Okay. Councillor Nicholson.
Can I suggest we move forward with 1 from each grouping on the 4 that suggested? Obviously, there are COSLA and COSLA thematic, which is only 4 places, so that goes down to that way. But if we move forward on these 4, I'll move that.
Do you have a seconder for Councillor Wilson?
I'm happy to second that proposal, but on the basis that names are agreed on today at full council.
So we would then move to a recess to agree the names today. So we have a motion and amendment.
Just so we're clear before we go to the vote, Councillor Carruthers, can you just clarify, just so I can get it down, your proposal. Okay, so the motion proposed by Councillor Carruthers, seconded by Councillor Blake, is effectively that the outside bodies under consideration, in particular the COSLA membership and thematic boards and the NHS D&G non-executive membership remain unchanged. And then the strategic partnership, pension board, South of Scotland Alliance, Suez Strands and D&G and the IJB be appointed from council on a proportionate basis by the political groups of the council, but it being left up to each political group to appoint whichever member of the council it feels is appropriate. Yep. So that's the motion.
And the only addition to that would be the fact that the names would be submitted within
names to be
24 hours.
submitted within 24 hours to the proper officer.
Yep.
And the proposal from Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor Wilson, was that for the bodies, with the exception of COSLA being one member from each group on the council. Pensions board, yeah. So
there is one slight further piece of information that we maybe need to bear in mind at the same time. In the South of Scotland Alliance is shortly going to morph into a regional economic partnership, and at that point it will be 4+4 rather than 5+5. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, you could, if you want to take the South of Scotland Alliance out of there and keep it as who's on it just now for the moment until it changes.
Yeah, Councillor Carruthers.
I just think we're looking at South Scotland Alliance, you're saying that's got to change, so it'll be a different organisation. That would have to come back to full council to be reconsidered. So under the current circumstances, I think it's appropriate that we consider what's in front of us and make a decision on that. And when it does become a regionalised organisation, that would come back to full council.
Yeah, we will need to take that at the November meeting so that we have the members in place for the first shadow meeting. So.
Okay, so just a brief recap. Won't go through the whole thing, but the motion as moved by Councillor Carruthers, the amendment as moved by Councillor Nicholson. Leader?
Amendment.
Deputy Leader?
Motion.
Councillor Bell? Motion. Councillor Blake? Councillor Brodie?
Motion.
Councillor Doogie Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Ian Carruthers?
Motion.
Councillor Karen Carruthers?
Motion.
Councillor Dryborough?
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale? Councillor Fairbairn?
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson?
Motion.
Councillor Giusti?
Motion.
Councillor Hagman is not present. Councillor Howie? Councillor Hislop? Councillor Ingalls? Not present. Councillor James is not present. Councillor Johnston?
Motion.
Councillor Lever?
Amendment.
Councillor Little?
Motion.
Councillor Maitland?
Motion.
Councillor Martin?
Amendment.
Councillor McClelland?
Motion.
Councillor McKee?
Amendment.
Councillor Nicholson? Councillor Ronnie is not present. Councillor Scobie?
Amendment.
Councillor Sloan? Councillor Tate? Councillor Thompson? Not present. Councillor Wilson?
Amendment.
Councillor Wood?
Motion.
Councillor Young?
Motion.
So the motion is carried by 21 votes to 9.
Leader, can I just say that's an absolute disgrace that once again the SNP and the Tories are collaborating together to exclude a grouping from taking part in the democratic process.
With the greatest of respect, Leader.
No, you don't.
Well, that's been the case for years. Join the queue. With the greatest of respect, when you were leader, you defended proportionality and promoted it. When you were in a majority and in a minority, the principle is well established. That is exactly what we voted for.
Once again, the SNP and the Tories have collaborated together to exclude a group from having a say in any of the outside bodies.
So, we are all... Okay, that's, yeah. Let's just return to the business. Some of us had a different view, but our view did not prevail, so anyway. So the position now is that the names of the delegates to all these organisations must be with you within 24 hours.
Yeah, yes, with the proper officer, yeah.
Self, is it?
That's Director Communities.
Oh, right, that's delegate, yeah. Right, okay. Okay, we'll make sure we do that. We can move on to item 14, which is our preparations for the United Kingdom's exit from the European Union. I'm sure we will manage to be better behaved than the House of Commons in discussing this particular matter. The report provides members a further update about Dumfries and Galloway Council's preparations for the UK's exit from the EU, and Richard Greaves and Mark Thompson are here to answer any questions. So if I can invite questions. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Leader. I've read most of the report here, obviously, about most of the potential impacts, obviously. I'm from the farming background. I know, obviously, you've been working with NFU and various bodies in the Scottish Government. There will be some pitfalls for a period of time, but I think a lot of the press and what we're seeing in the press is a lot of project fear. That's what Jacob Rees-Mogg says. And I promise you, there will be pain at the docks, there will be pain, but we'll be gaining in the long run once we've got the shackles off from the European Union. Wonder what you're obviously been working with NFU and that, and you're talking about exporting in food and exporting and bringing in medicine supplies. Well, there is large stocks through SmithKline, Cybergigi in this country at the moment, and there's many years of stocks of medicines for agriculture and various across the United Kingdom. But looking at the intervention, have you been discussing with the Department of Agriculture about intervention for long-term storage?
Thank you, Leader. Through you. Yes, our trading standards colleagues have definitely been involved in various discussions with those agencies and continue to do so. Obviously, this is very much a frequently changing landscape, so the frequency that we're engaging with the likes of the organisations mentioned by Councillor Bell, together with our environmental health officers, animal plant health agencies, etc., is ongoing. So, yeah, very much engaged with those organisations at the moment on the topics mentioned, Councillor Bell.
Thank you.
Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. A point of clarification and also a question, please. The point of clarification at 3.12 on the report, there's reference to support that's been provided to EU citizens. The paragraph only makes reference to the UK government, but back a month or so ago, I attended an event held by Citizens Advice Scotland in partnership with the Scottish Government, who have ploughed a significant amount of money into providing support and face-to-face advice, including in here in Dumfries and Galloway. So it's just to point out that I know that the UK Government have provided funding, but so have the Scottish Government. The question I have is in relation to one of the risks with EU citizens leaving the region. When I was at that session in Ayr with Citizen Advice, The information that we received from the government minister who was there was that of the approximate 3 million people, EU citizens living in the UK, only about 1 million had actually applied for settled or pre-settled status. And we heard some horrific stories about people who'd lived here for 30, 40 years who, for some bizarre reason, unknown to anyone, were being refused settled status. But I'm interested to know, it's well known the reliance that many of our employment sectors have on EU citizens. Do we have any indication of the numbers or percentage of EU citizens living in Dumfries and Galloway who have actually applied for settled status at this stage?
Through you, Leader. Welcome the question. We do. We've been working very closely with Citizens Advice Service, particularly in relation to this matter. As you say, in terms of the funding that they have received and the 2 full-time region-wide appointments that they have made to cover the region to help and support this specific issue. In terms of the question posed, yes, we, as of the 10th of September, we have 420, so that's around 15.7% EU nationals in Dumfries and Galloway that have been successful with applications to the EU settlement scheme.
Could I just come back? I didn't hear the percentage, Richard.
15.7.
Councillor Carruthers. Ian Carruthers.
Thank you, Leader. I suppose this certainly looks like a good news story in regards to helping the Council with its preparations in regards to our EU Brexit, which will be imminent by the sounds of it. With 3.10, paragraph 3.10, Richard, it does refer to, when you read it, it says, through DG Transform, the Council will appoint a person to the post-Brexit coordinator. So it sounds like the 50 grand we're getting just got to go on an individual to help us prepare. I would have thought it would have been spent more wisely if it was wider into the workforce. Could it be administered in a better way, or is this the best way, do we think, of getting best value in regards to this money? Just it's my understanding it would be a wider spread in this.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. My apologies if the paper isn't clear. Certainly there will be a percentage of that 50k allocation utilised for the posts referred to, but there will indeed be a wider spread and a wider benefit to the organisation as a whole, and that will be done through the Brexit readiness group that the Council has now re-established, which meets weekly to take forward this agenda.
Sorry, Councillor James.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's about a year ago. I mean, we keep going back to just about leaving the European Union, and I think a year ago or so the Climate Change Champion was championing the cause of a lady who wasn't prepared to pay £65 to remain a resident of Dumfries and Galloway. I mean, I think that's good value. It would cost me more to visit her country if I had to buy a passport to get there. But I think that fee has even been waived now, which is generous, very generous. The establishment elite remaining at rearguard did an amazing job in delaying this. I'm just even wondering, they've got total control and we're never going to leave, and this is some sort of Tantalus situation that the apple is just there in front of you and you can't quite get to it, and they keep taking it away and it comes back. But in common with a lot of nationalists, I've got the champagne still on ice. But we're restarting the readiness group, so we think we might be going to leave. A year ago we were more or less up to speed with the preparations such as they could be, but now we're getting someone who's going to help us with Brexit. Now, since we've done a lot of planning around the doomsday scenario, wouldn't it be appetite for this new person to focus purely on the opportunities afforded by Brexit? Because even in a worst case doomsday scenario where we're told there would be almost no food available, that would be a fantastic opportunity for a food producing area such as ours, for example. So could they just focus on the positive aspects, of which there are far more than negative ones?
Do you wish to comment on that?
Thank you, Leader. Certainly the funding provided is on the premise that we should be as prudent and planned as possible in relation to a no-deal situation. What I would say to add to that is that the work of the Brexit Readiness Group is reported to the Council's Corporate Management Senior Leadership Team, so therefore all elements thereof are considered in terms of the planning.
I think the Prime Minister's allegory was Prometheus rather than Tantalus, but obviously coming from the same direction. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Leader. A throwaway comment for a start. I'm afraid the food growing season isn't sufficiently short to actually give us food in the next 6 to 8 weeks. But I'll let that one pass. The serious question, though, is there's some chatter going on that the hard border will almost certainly be in the North Channel. So the question for the officers is, have we scope to what it would cost us if we become the first port of entry into the UK from the European Union or from abroad through the Stranraer ferry port?
There have been ongoing discussions with a wide range of parties with regards to the North Channel ferry crossings in particular. Obviously, these will be affected in a number of ways depending on what the actual EU exit outcome will be. But those discussions are ongoing. We've recently had some engagement, in fact, yesterday from the UK government border delivery group as well, and we will be having a delegation from that group coming up to actually have discussions in Stranraer and Cairnryan in the coming week.
Councillor Wilson.
Having everybody in the region foraging for food doesn't sound like a great opportunity for me, but I mean, that's just my opinion. In 3.10, it says about that the council has been allocated £50,000 as part of the sort of preparations after whenever we leave the EU, and I voted leave, so nobody can accuse me of being the metropolitan elite. There is going to be some opportunities, there is going to be some challenges though. Of course, we went through a scenario planning to look at those challenges. Has there been any indication from government as to funds that may be made available for some of the scenarios that we are planning for?
Just last week, we went through an exercise and made a submission to Solace with regards to exactly these types of things. It's about not only planning or the costs associated with the planning phase, it is taking that forward look, particularly for the Yellowhammer period in the first instance as well. And as matters progress, obviously that will need to have a longer term considerations incorporated into that as well. So those discussions are happening and that work is taking place, both in conjunction with Solace and with COSLA as well.
Councillor Campbell wanted back in.
Yeah, thanks. I'll resist the temptation, but Councillor James seemed determined to cause a rift between he and I, as featured over several committees recently. But just in terms of his point about the £65 fee, that was removed by, I think it was Amber Rudd, I can't remember, but it was against a huge public outcry here in Scotland, in England, in Wales, in Northern Ireland, in terms of the treatment of people who had decided to come here and contribute towards our society. And, you know, it's the right thing that it was done, and I think his comments, well, I'll leave other people to make their minds up about him.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chairman, I'm pleased to hear what was said there in terms of discussions with the UK government or whoever are taking place, because 3.19.2, and that's the paragraph that just recognised the importance of Cairnryan, but also recognises the traffic, manage the traffic and delays that may be experienced. But it's not just at Cairnryan, it could be at Belfast, it could be at Larne, in terms of, it's not just saying the border could be the Irish Sea, because where do you put the controls in that respect? So there could be either side of the Irish Sea. And it's not just in terms of medicine, it's also people who depend on food in terms of same-day delivery and the problems that that's going to cause. on both sides of the water. So I think we're, conscious and pleased, as I say, to hear that these discussions are ongoing and that we have these pier that's suitable for overspill or overflow, whatever you want to call it. But I think we've got to recognise that there are problems both on this side and the other side in terms of the three ports of Cairnryan, Belfast and Larne. And we've got to be conscious of.
Mark?
I could just confirm to Councillor Scobie that there have been very productive discussions with colleagues from the administration in Northern Ireland and obviously Police Service in Northern Ireland colleagues as well on exactly these issues, and those conversations will continue.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. I'll leave aside the comment that having no food available is perceived by some to be a fantastic opportunity. The £1.6 million given by the Scottish Government, given by the Scottish Government to councils, which realised £50,000 coming to Dumfries and Galloway seems inadequate, and I know that Derek Mackay, the Finance Officer, has requested further funding from the UK Government. But the point I want to make is that if Stranraer becomes the EU border, surely there's very worrying implications for trading standards, animal welfare, live cows being kept at Stranraer if that happens. And I mean, that department is already a very small department within this council.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Through you, Leader. Yes, that's been a subject of significant concern and something that we're planning for in terms at the moment. As I mentioned earlier, there's a significant amount of work that's ongoing in regard to export health certification and the fact that a no deal will require all European Union countries to be treated the same as in terms of exports as we currently do for non-European certification programmes. So there's a significant amount of work ongoing with our Environmental Health Officer colleagues, with those appropriate agencies and with the Animal Plant and Health Agency at the moment as to how those pressures, should they arise, could be addressed through various means. But yes, we're fully engaged in that process and confident that we'll continue to be so, Councillor Young.
Councillor.
Sorry, just to expand on that aspect and in terms of animal health as well, that currently it's an all-Ireland arrangement for animal health inspections as things stand at the moment, so there won't necessarily be quite as much implications on that aspect as well, but notwithstanding your other points.
Councillor James.
People have lived for millennia on seasonal, regional food. It is possible, otherwise we just wouldn't exist in this room. 6 to 8 weeks, some of us have built up reserves of 6 to 8 weeks. No food available. I mean, what's that all about? There's actually going to be no food available. I mean, unbelievable. That's not a scare story. What is? What my point was that in the same way a so-called scarcity of labour, which is going to happen potentially, would be brilliant for people who actually want to work because they'd have to be paid more. In that same way, that a shortage of food would be fantastic for, potentially, if we got organised, for an agricultural food producing area such as ours. I mean, why do we want to always be dependent, whether it's on benefits or health or food from everywhere else? What's wrong with it? Just a bit of robustness and independency built into the system so we can survive. Dumfries and Galloway can definitely do it through the Brexit opportunities.
Yes, I'm sure Brexit might be an opportunity for me to lose weight. That might be one positive thing I could take out of it. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Chair. Some of the members have been talking about this hard border. We always hear on the television, I would say sometimes a wee bit of a red herring, this hard border and Northern Ireland come into the European Union, But you need to, the council, you maybe, you know, you're always doing, you're working with the Department of Agriculture, you're working with various agencies. It's maybe worth going over to Switzerland and speaking to people there about the border, because Switzerland's in Europe, it's not the European Union. It's maybe worth speaking to them. Remember when I went through France and into Spain, there was no checks there, various checks, it was driving straight through, got on a plane at Gibraltar, off into Gibraltar Airport, walked across the runway into Spain. There was no checks on me, no passport. So I think this is a bit of a red herring, this Northern Ireland hard border. I think it needs to be resolved, and you need to speak to some of our European partners about how it should be done.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Leader. I was going back to what Councillor Young said there. When I looked at this 3.10 and I saw £50,000 out of 1.6 million, I didn't think that was a great deal for Dumfries and Galloway, especially given the potential significance of the ports in this region. And again, even the 1.6 million, if you go further back from that, from Scottish Government figures, so far they have received £98 million in Brexit contingency funding. Now I understand they're not going to give all of that to local authorities, but to water it down to 1.6 million and leave Dumfries and Galloway with just 50,000 seems a bit derisory.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader. It's coming back to 3.10 and the appointment of an officer to take the lead. Do we not already have a task force within the bunker? And if so, how will this person enhance and give us a legacy thereafter for the future events?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Leader. Members, I think are aware that colleague Mark Ogilvie is currently on secondment through Solace, looking at this matter in regard to Scotland's 32 authorities. As a consequence, colleague to my left is taking the lead in regard to Brexit matters with indeed the colleagues in the bunker and in the emergency planning unit. This specific post that we're going to utilise as a consequence of bringing somebody in from the Council's DG Transform team will look to support the specific area of work in regard to Brexit readiness and the paper that's been presented today. So it will very much form part of the team and help to offset some of the pressures as a result of the additionality that's being brought to bear and the fact that obviously we've got Martin away on secondment.
So there will be a learning process from it. We will end up hopefully in a stronger position from having this person employed. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair, Leader.
Councillor Driver.
Thank you very much, Chair. If we can get back to the report rather than he says, she says, they did, they what. This is actually a report of fact, what's actually happening. We're asked to note what's been happening in Dumfries and Galloway. I don't think we're going to have any influence on the decision that's going to be made in either Westminster or the Scottish Government or the Northern Ireland Parliament, because that doesn't sit anyway. But this is about a note of fact about where we are in Dumfries and Galloway. We can all disagree what's going to happen in the future. It doesn't really matter. This is a report of fact. Yes, I would love to see us get back into another referendum about getting in and out. I'm glad that Councillor James loves the idea of a £10 minimum wage, which the Labour Party have put forward. So that's fine. But this is actually fact. This is where we are at the moment in preparation for the United Kingdom's exit for the European Union. Whether you disagree with it or not, this is where we are. And at that stage, Chair, I would say we should go with the recommendations and note where we are. And I've got no doubt there will be further reports coming back to this full council or whatever committee to decide what happens there.
Yeah, people tend to go to the recommendations. I think we've given a good bit of discussion around this. And we're being asked to note 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. Content? Okay, item 15 is the maybe public holiday and VE celebrations. Members are asked to approve a change to the May 2020 public holiday date to mark the 75th anniversary of VE Day. On the 7th of June, the UK government announced and approved a change in the date of next year's early May public holiday from Monday 4th of May to Friday the 8th of May to mark the 75th anniversary of VE Day. The Scottish Government has announced that they will also move the May Day holiday to the 8th of May. Approving this change would necessitate an amendment to the school term date from 2019-20 and the Council's public holidays, and it's obviously it's in everybody's interest that if we do this, that as much notice should be given as possible. And I say I wish people would still refer to it as International Workers' Day personally. That's what I think the holiday is. Councillor Dryburgh.
So thank you very much, Chair, and I agree with you. However, I think what we'll need to do operationally is have a bit of flexibility with this, because there are obviously teachers who book their holidays a year in advance, and they may not have known about this ask of the Scottish Government. So it's to agree with the recommendation, but to have that little bit of operational flexibility to make sure those that have already booked, can get their holidays.
I think that's a valid point, that there will be people who expected to get the usual May Day holiday who may already have booked holidays. I think we should do what we can to try and accommodate people where that's the case. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, it's not just teachers. People will have booked holidays. They've got kids that they're maybe going to take away somewhere. So I think there has to be this flexibility you're talking about. So I agree with that entirely. When you're talking about flexibility, I think the holidays should be honoured this year. I don't know what the cost of that would be, but at the very least, people could, if they haven't, be offered a swap.
I think that was looked into, because at one point we did consider whether it would be possible. I believe Inverclyde are doing it to maintain one holiday and have a separate holiday for VE Day, but the cost was very expensive because of the alterations to the exam timetables and so on. That also, I think at one time when the council did that in the past, the general public were not particularly sympathetic and felt it was just councillors and others all getting a load of extra holidays. So it is unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate it's that particular holiday as well, which is getting swapped. But it's important that we do mark the VE celebrations. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Leader. I was just wondering how the flexibility is going to work within schools, because if you've got some teachers that have already booked holidays and have the Monday, you've got maybe half the school not furnished with teachers, and then on the Friday the other half. I don't know how that's going to work.
Paul, maybe you could advise us if there's been any thought around that, if people have already
There's
booked
not really.
holidays.
I think education were believing we would simply move the date and that would be it. There's not really been a lot of discussion on that.
But then the situation does arise then where people may have booked a holiday in good faith, thinking that they get the Monday off, and then they discover that they cannot take that holiday. So, people may have put money out. Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, it's kind of a technical question in terms of the recognition agreement between us and the joint trade unions. Through you, I'm kind of looking at Paul here. It says in here that the joint trade unions are in agreement, but as this is a variation to that recognition agreement, surely every single member should have been balloted.
It's a change to a statutory holiday that the council recognise. So when that happens, we obviously, because not all councils will take May Day, some take 2 days. There's various ways in which councils have de-recognised certain public holidays, but they're satisfied that that change is a necessary one. So we consulted with them on that basis. There wasn't any suggestion of a ballot process.
Councillor Carruthers? Or did you want to come back, Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, well, my worry here is that we end up with half the workforce totally disgruntled because that's their holiday time and that's what's in part of their conditions of service, because it's a set date. And that's a contracted position we have with them. To just change it arbitrarily would require them to actually agree to that.
There's been no suggestion that there's any disgruntlement within the workforce. I'm assuming that trade unions have talked to their membership.
Councillor Carruthers?
Going back to what Councillor Dryber said earlier, if he hadn't moved it, I would formally move it or support second if it was the case to. We do agree this, it's the right principle, we're being asked, it's movement, but obviously allowing the level of flexibility that allows enough flexibility to support the whoever it may be, whoever the employee may be, in regards to a potential swap. I would formally move that if it's not been moved. It has been moved already by Councillor Dryber, I'll second it.
Can we move on to notice of motion? That's the first of three. This notice of motion is on the issue of an older person's champion. Members are asked to consider the terms of the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Ian Blake and seconded by Councillor Ian Carruthers, as seconded in the appendix. Lillian Kringles is here to assist members with any questions, and I'll hand over to Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Leader. I bring forward this motion today in recognition of the rapidly increasing trend of older people residing within our region. The last census showed that there were only over 33,000 people over the age of 65 living in our area. That equates to almost 22% of our population. This was an overall increase on all groups of persons over 65 years of age, but it showed an astonishing rise of 26% for those over the age of 80. If we compare this to the decreasing trend of young persons between the ages of 0 to 14, that showed a decrease of 20%. It emphasises the issue facing our elderly. We're all aware that over 46% of our population live in areas that are classified as rural, and that's in settlements of less than 3,000 people. In terms of accessibility, nearly a third of the population live in areas classified as being remote, which is defined as further than 30 minutes drive away from a large town. We also must recognise that not everyone has access to a car, and public transport is poor, with the likelihood of further budget cuts in that area. Many of our elderly live alone, and it's widely recognised that the feeling of isolation is a major factor in well-being and in mental health. In the past, as a council, we've appointed champions for the armed forces, young people, events, and more recently, the environment, and I commend these councillors for the valuable work that they do in these areas. I understand that earlier this year, the Scottish Government encouraged all 32 local authorities to appoint an older people's champion. And I also understand that to date, our neighbouring authorities of East Ayrshire, North Ayrshire and the Scottish borders are amongst those that have already made that appointment. I lay this motion before you today in order that true recognition be given to the many and complex issues that face our increasing older population, and that they too are also recognised and know that there is a champion within the Council that will represent and help to support their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
Really just to show my appreciation for Ian to come forward with this initiative. The Conservative group totally supported it. It's not just Ian and myself. The persistence of Mr White, who I think is in the audience, for bringing this to one of the people who brought it to the Council's attention, and obviously our groups, that's very much appreciated too. Ian's covered it in real terms, and as far as, okay, we have a number of champions. We've supported him to do a fantastic job, an older people's champion. Doesn't have to be an older person to actually be doing that. It can be a young person, a middle-aged or whatever it may be. This is about the Council standing up and recognising the particular challenges in that age group. Age Concern have asked, along with Scottish Government, that all local authorities do recognise this. It's absolutely the right thing to do, Leader, and I support Ian and second him in his mission to accomplish this. So hopefully we'll get a degree of support from the Council, the wider Council, and we can drive this forward and allow the person of a particular age to get the level of recognition and support from elected members that they actually deserve.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Just if we look at the report which has come with it, I noticed that one of the champion for at least one authority is an elected member who also sits on the IJB. And given our scheme of delegation and the services which are provided to older people tend to be the responsibility of the Health and Social Care Partnership, whether it would be appropriate for that person to be an elected member on the IGP as well.
I personally would have no difficulty with that. I don't think it needs to be, but if that was a decision, I would have no difficulty with it.
Okay, Lillian, you. Yes, Leader. In my report, I've just given some background as to the current pathways for representation, and also to recognise, as Councillor Blake has articulated, that Age Scotland are calling for every Scottish local authority to appoint an older person's champion. And to date, my understanding is there are 6, 2 of which are linked through the IJB, and certainly in our neighbour authority, Scottish Borders, that member is not. Any further information I can provide, happy to do so. Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, I'm quite happy to support this this motion. And as been stated, we've got an emergency climate champion, armed forces champion, young people's champion, but no older persons champion. And I think it makes sense. I think it's wise. Your point, Leader, that that person should also be an IJB, because it does, would have an influence on what happens in the IJB for the older person. Demographics are such in Dumfries and Galloway, they're a major part of this region. So I have no problem in supporting this.
Any further comments? Councillor Carruthers.
I think that the inference to IGB, it's legitimate that it's there, it's contained within the report, but I don't think it's materially important in regards to a member of the council. It may well come from a member of the IGB as we go forward, but I think ultimately it's a member of the council that needs to represent this on behalf of the council, not the Integrated Joint Board. And if for some reason it's not a member of the Integrated Joint Board, I'm sure they will make every effort to influence that organisation as well as many others.
Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. Some members will know that I chair the Older People's Consultative Group, of which John White is one of our representatives. Councillor James will be relieved to know I'm not going to put myself forward to be the Older People's Champion. However, in my experience on that particular group, which essentially fits within health and social care, I think there's a lot of merit in the champion being on the IJB. I think that it would give more scope and more influence if we had that sort of straddling of responsibilities.
Councillor Maitland.
Well, if that's the way people are going, why don't you simply make it the chairman of the IJB or the vice chairman and have done with it? I mean, that seems to me the best. I am not being temperamentally unfitted for the post. I have to say, I'd rather prefer that I never got into the way of doing it.
Okay. Councillor Ferguson.
Right, sorry, I beg your pardon. I was going to be raising the white flag there, but I get the concept of somebody for the IGB doing it. I think Jane's right. Whether it necessarily needs to be the chair, I don't think so. But if we appoint someone who from that 5, whoever that 5 might be, bear in mind that's still to be brought back, we would hope it would be somebody would volunteer out of that 5 to take the role on. So rather than be prescriptive, let's just leave it at this moment in time with one of the 5 from the IGB would take up the champion's role, if you're comfortable with that.
Councillor Davidson.
But I think things have already moved on. I was going to suggest that Councillor Maitland's suggestion would seem to be... I'm not suggesting Councillor Maitland before she becomes very unhappy with me. There are probably enough people in the room unhappy with me already, but I wanted to suggest that Councillor Maitland's suggestion was probably the best way forward. However, if we're moving on from that, then that's fine. Also, simply to say that I think the case is well made, and it is a gap that it would be sensible for us to fill. We shall wait and see who the new champion is, and wish them all the best.
Councillor Carruthers, you want to? Great.
Thank you, Leader. And I have certainly no difficulty with that. You may want to consider actually opening up to 10. You've 5 substitutes available. It may very well come from then. But providing we get the representation, I think that's excellent. I think the Older People Champion will certainly support the work of the Older Persons Consultative Group and also the work of the Scottish Older People's Assembly. and John White, to congratulate for his work in the region, is here today. Thank you.
Just a very small point in regards to the Vice Chair. That's currently an NHS non-executive board member, so I think it would be difficult to force a non-member of the council to be that representative for us, but I do understand it.
I think it would need to be a council representative. Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I think it'd be Ian's suggestion about the 10, but there's only 5 members. There's only 5 members on it. Only 5 members are allowed to speak in it, so I think it has to be one of the 5 members.
I think he was suggesting it should be one either, because there's 5 substitutes. I think that was the 10, it was the 5.
Yeah,
was that right?
But substitutes are substitutes. They're not at the meetings all the time, and they only substitute for somebody that, if they're off. So I think for continuity, I think it should be one of the 5.
Well, we agreed to appoint an older person's champion, and that person should be a member of the IJB. And obviously the actual person who fills the post will have to wait until next time, since, once we know who the members of the IJB are. I don't know whether it could be appointed, the person could be appointed out with. Councillor Crothers.
He's got to be a member of the council, but I mean, a substitute member is a member as well. I have to be absolutely clear on that. So it is, whether it's and I don't know what the fixation is on the Integration Joint Board. This is for the council to represent. The Integration Joint Board is already an outside body to the council. It's important that we get the right person in place here. The administration have took the post up previously, so.
Councillor Nicholson and then
Yes,
Councillor Wilson.
I think Ian knows fine well that the representation would be lacking in the IJB if it is a substitute member. So I think it has to be a member, not a substitute member.
Councillor Wilson and Councillor Ferguson.
I wonder if we just take the decision today to appoint an older people's champion, that person will be a member of the IJB. Due to an early decision, we don't actually currently know who the members of the IJB are, and it would make sense for this to be brought to the next full council and for us to actually appoint somebody just to save ourselves.
Councillor Ferguson.
Broadly agree, and just to be factual, there are 5 voting members and there are 5 people who may substitute for the voting members. So both are right, but both aren't 100% spot on. And I think there is merit in the 10, because that's why I said to the named people for the IJB. And from that, I've got no problem expanding it to 10, because it may be one of the substitute members may have more time to do it, and actually rather than the 5 voting members, because it's a pretty draconian workload.
Okay, so have we got a Councillor Nicholson?
There's a good bodies for that, Andy. Good bodies for that. But I still think, they have voting members, but only when they're on it. So they'll have no say at all as an IJB member, as for the older people's working group, for the older people's champion.
The leader, that's right, unless somebody's missing. Yes, and then the substitute, they're running a voting member. But I take your point, ideally one of the 5, and if no, one of the 10.
Councillor McKee.
Just to try and help a wee bit, you just say no if it doesn't suit. Can I nominate somebody just now for the IJB, somebody seconds it, and that's it, end of the argument? Because it's a lot of nonsense.
People of the IJB yet.
It's a load of nonsense that's going on here now.
But I think I think the point being made by Councillor Nicholson would be that is that if somebody's a substitute, they might never actually be in the IJB, because they might never be required to take up that role, whereas somebody who is on the IJB will be there taking up that role. Councillor Carruthers.
I just wonder, maybe we should have got in the role description and what this person would be doing. I thought it would be champion at every single point, whether it's council, whether it's health, whether it's integration, whether it's Scottish Government. Surely the role of this person, whether it's age concern, age Scotland, this person's role is about champion the particular circumstances that potentially make life difficult for the older person, or even the good points. Surely, to goodness, that's what this person is. No, but just how do they influence an integration joint board? That's incredible.
If it's a councillor, they'll have influence on both. And it's because so much of the services provided to older people are actually the Health and Social Care Partnership, and you need to be able to influence them as well. Councillor Ferguson.
Fine. Can we just make sure there's a parity across all these champions? Because I don't know if it's me, for example, go and get soup in the pudding, and if somebody else going for a 5-course meal. And I'm being sarcastic, and I mean that, but Ronnie's got a really good point. There are 5 voting members. There are 5 people who can substitute for them, and in the days they substitute, they are in fact board members. Okay, so what I'm saying to you here is that we should ideally go for one of the 5, and if we can't get one of the 5, then one of the other ones.
Councillor Crowther.
I'm just wondering, why no Westrand then? Why no Community Planning Partnership? These are big organisations that can influence the particular circumstances what the older person might come up against. This is incredible that you're actually deciding that this older person's champion should be involved with Integration Joint Board. It's ridiculous.
Chair, can we move on?
Councillor Wilson wants in.
Leader, I put forward a motion, I think,
Yeah.
and Andy Ferguson seconded it. I think we're going round in circles
Okay,
here.
so let's proceed to the motion. Can you remind us of the motion?
I believe that the proposal, Chair, was that the older person's champion would be drawn from the 5 members that we appoint to the IJB, and that for the purposes of clarity, we come back and agree who that individual is at the next council meeting.
Councillor Blake. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Leader. I think for the avoidance of doubt, I think I made the motion. And the motion, I personally am quite in agreement to being a member of the IJB, so I don't think we actually need to go to a vote on anything here.
There's a motion.
So are people content with the motion, to agree the motion? Good. All right, so we move on to minutes for approval. Can you vote here? Yes. Unfortunately, we don't have a process for members of the public to contribute to council meetings. Okay, can we move on? We've already agreed the minutes of full council. An Uncommon Good Fund of the 28th of August.
Is that me to move, I think,
That's
Chair?
you. That's you. I think it's down to SIPL of the 9th of July.
Move.
And John Campbell, could you second it with Ross being...
Where are we, Leader?
Well, SIPL on the 9th of July.
Yeah. Happy to second.
Yeah. Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 4th of June.
Happy to second.
Okay. Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 26th of June.
Happy to second.
Right. And the Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 3rd of July.
Happy to second.
Right. A Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 6th of September.
Happy to second.
The EEI Committee of the 2nd of July.
Happy move.
Happy to second.
Right. Education and Learning Meeting of the 5th of September.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Employment and Appeals Subcommittee of the 29th of August.
Happy to move.
And Police Fire and Rescue of the 10th of July.
Moved.
Happy to second.
Local Review Body of 14th of August.
Happy to move. Happy to second.
Policy and Resources of 13th of June.
Happy to move.
Seconded. Social Work Services Committee of 13th of August.
Happy to second.
Right. And the Waste Strategy Implementation Subcommittee of the 3rd of September.
Happy move.
Happy to second.
And there was something else that came through. Now, there are a number of minutes for noting, which I don't seem to have. But there are some minutes for noting as well. All right. Let's see these ones. Yeah. Okay. Right, okay, that's it. I thought that was on the other side of this. Okay. Minutes for noting, if I could. Okay. We are asked to note the minutes of the meeting of the 28th of May of the Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee. Okay. And the Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee of the 25th of June. The Planning Applications Committee of the 20th of June. The Planning Applications Committee of the 4th of July. the Planning Applications Committee of the 27th of August, and the Social Work Services Committee of the 18th of June. And also the meeting of the 11th of December last year of the Civic Government Licensing Panel, for some reason. Okay, lovely. Now, the next items are a couple of notices of motion, which I agreed to take as urgent. I don't know, have people had have they been circulated to everybody? Because I probably missed having it. Because
Yeah, they were left for members in group rooms, Chair. Yeah, so.
Right, so people have seen both the reports and the notice of motion. I just said both of these, I felt there were a good reason for them to be considered at this meeting. The first one on the changes of services at Lockerbie train station, there is a campaign, a lobbying campaign around that at the moment, which I believe MSPs and MPs are involved in, and it would make sense for the council also to lobby at the same time as others who are concerned about these changes. The second motion on the STUC and the Dumfries Trade Union Congress Safe Passage initiative, again it was at the request of the local Trades Union Congress that they wished to have us as one of the first people, because it was a local organisation. They hoped that we would pass this before other councils discussed it, and really to accommodate their desire to ensure that they could say in future at other councils that our council had supported this. So can I first of all call the first notice of motion on the changes of services at Lockerbie train station, which is proposed by Councillor Adam Wilson and seconded by Councillor Stephen Thompson, who isn't here, but maybe somebody else would do that formally.
I'm quite happy to second, Chair.
Okay, grand. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Leader, and thank you for taking this as an urgent motion. I think many of us will be needing to lie down, so I'll keep my remarks as brief as possible. We spend a considerable amount of time in this chamber on transport issues, which is quite right, and we've seen through various consultations, such as the 10,000 Voices consultation, that transport or a lack of transport is often a barrier for people in our region. Whether that be a lack of transport infrastructure or reducing services, local people are clearly want to see transport connectivity improve across our region. Lockerbie train station is a strategic part of our transport infrastructure. It's the only station across our region which is served by the West Coast Main Line, allowing for frequent access to the Central Belt and Manchester, and a number of services direct to London Euston. Over the last decade, we've seen a significant rise in the number of passengers opting to use services at Lockerbie, particularly to Edinburgh. Timetable changes occur regularly, about every 6 months, and up to now we've been fortunate that any timetable changes have been positive and seen stops added at the station, which in turn has led to more passengers using the services on offer. However, recent timetable changes will see changes to a number of services between Lockerbie and Edinburgh, some welcome and some not. Councillors will be aware that at present there's a 4-hour gap in services to Edinburgh between 10:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m, and many people have argued for a 12:30 p.m. stop to be introduced on the service that currently runs on the line but doesn't stop at Lockerbie train station. And I'm pleased that the new timetable does deliver that. However, the 10:30 a.m. service and the 2:30 p.m. service will no longer stop at Lockerbie, creating 2 new 4-hour gaps in the service. With many people seeing services from Lockerbie as an ideal commute to work, and the train station opening up access to opportunities in education, training and employment, I feel that it is right that we accept this motion today to lobby on these specific services in addition to the lobbying that our council already undertakes. And just before I finish, I learned about these timetable changes while reading the local paper after Transparent Express had told some local politicians, but not the public. In future, I think it's important that a transparent process is put into operation to allow for appropriate engagement with stakeholders over timetable changes in future, so that passengers are heard in these important decisions and that we adopt that as a lobbying position as well.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. I'm quite happy to second on this notice of motion. I think it's an absolutely ridiculous situation, but what they're doing is they're putting 2 on, taking 2 off. People that use these trains in Lockerbie, especially the ones at 10:30, they're people that go up for cancer treatment to Edinburgh. They have a 5-week treatment, they get these trains, which is relevant to their appointment time. So they're relying on these services, and if they have to go get one at 6:35, if they get one at 2:35, it's not going to be practical for them to do that. And it's the easiest way for people like that to get the service. There are a number of other people that use these services on a regular basis, and the galling thing is that the trains they're going to put on actually give you a wave as you go past Lockerbie now. That's what they're going to be doing, rather than stop at Lockerbie, where you could have had 4 services there, and that'd been actually far better. Happy to second.
Can I pipe further? Councillor Ferguson.
2 things. Did I miss withdrawn delegation? Have we withdrawn delegation from communities? I didn't actually hear it. Can I just maybe ask the mover and seconder, if we agree to do that, you want me to stop just now, Leader?
So, let's agree to withdraw delegation.
Well, I agree, right. So can I bring in my question now? Adam, would you be happy to add into that that we lobby for them to have sufficient seats and carriages on so that people don't stand all the way from, it's bad enough from Lockerbie to Edinburgh, but if you're getting on a train in Edinburgh and you're going all the way to Manchester Airport, and there's something to stand all the way and paying handsomely for the cost of the journey, can we add that into the lobby?
After being on the train from Edinburgh on Sunday with my face banged up against the door to get in, the reason why I've not added it into this initial motion is because I know that Swest Trans have written to Transparent Express to have a public meeting in Lockerbie over these exact issues. So that's the reason why I haven't explicitly stated it in here, because I knew that actually there had been some lobbying already carried out on that. But absolutely, I think completely agree with you.
Yeah, I'm actually. There's a situation for people who've got problem, like things like sciatica, movement, and everything else. But there's also a health and safety issue here. If anything happens to that train, God forbid, at the junction at Carstairs, for example, it's carnage. Absolute carnage, because it's almost as bad as the London Underground. Not quite, but just about.
I once witnessed somebody collapsed when it was very, very busy, and nobody could get to them because it was so crowded. There was as usual, a medical person actually on the train, but they were unable to get up there. Yeah. Councillor Nichols?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to have that in as well. The other thing is, the other problem with the trains as well is that sometimes people from Lockerbie can't book seats, and this is just unique to Lockerbie, from Edinburgh to Lockerbie or Lockerbie to Edinburgh, whereas in Carlisle you can book a seat from Carlisle to Edinburgh, or from Edinburgh to Carlisle, but
Councillor Maitland?
Well, I was just going to say, Chairman, that I looked at this and thought, in fact, the removal of the 10:30 arguably is discriminatory for those people who have to drive from further west in the region in order to get on there. And I mean, with the best will in the world, I know when I trundle along behind an elderly driver, and they're driving at about 45 miles an hour, perfectly safely, but very annoyingly, when you are in the middle of the rush hour, and getting to Lockerbie in the middle of the rush hour, 8:30, means that you will have elderly drivers plugging along, nice and slowly, along that road, and you will have people steaming behind them. And whether that's right or wrong, I think it is discriminatory. And then, of course, on the way back, you get the 16:12. I've just been checking my phone, and you get the 16:12. And if you get the 12:30, you're up at 1:30, and you're back in the train at it's a very short day, and I think it's a bit unfair. So I think it could be argued that it is discriminatory against both the elderly and the geographically remote. I'm sure we can add that in later on as well.
It disturbed me because quite often we're invited to go to meetings up in Edinburgh on an afternoon, and that means I'd have to get the 8:30 train and kick around in Edinburgh for several hours before the meeting even started. I know that's not any reason not to do anything, but it's a sort of irritation that people we'll face it, maybe have business in an afternoon, but still have to travel first thing in the morning. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thanks, Leader. I'm going to make another shameless plug for the climate change agenda. The motion in itself is fine. I'm happy with it, but we need to look seriously at connectivity in the region, and and we're all going to have to change the way that we travel in the years to come. And if I use the example of my neck of the woods, people should be able to cycle to the bus stop, get the bus to Dumfries train station or Lockerbie for that matter, take their bike onto the train to go to Edinburgh, wherever. But too often people, and we're all guilty of it, I think, it's easier just to jump in the car. I'm talking about the years to come here, but in terms of a regional transport strategy, we need to get connectivity sorted out so that people can not have the opportunity to come back at me and say, you go on about climate change and electric cars, but how do we get to the train station?
Get on your bike, you said that.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
I think we're getting a whole new discussion here, but I completely agree with it. But I find that the actual bus service from Dumfries to Lockerbie and Lockerbie to Dumfries connect well with the trains at the moment. If that changes, then they probably won't. So that is another aspect to it as well.
Councillor Wilson.
I think certainly, just to try and round it up, I would agree with all the comments that have been made. I think in this, with my own personal thoughts, particularly on a Saturday, and that's where Jane Maitland's point comes in very well, because actually, if you are going up to Edinburgh for the day, most people will currently get the 10:30 service. Anyone who's stood on the platform at Lockerbie on a Saturday morning at 10:30 will not get a seat on the train. Any family or person who's planning to get that service from December will have to decide to go for the 8:30 service or the 12:30 service, but they'll still have to come back at 6:10. And I would imagine that will either have an impact on those other two services, or Transparent Express will see a number of passengers decide not to travel for that purpose anymore, and it will hit them in the pocket. But that is not good for Lockerbie train station. So that's why, to try and bring it to a close, I think there's a number of things that have been said that can be fed into our lobbying position, but I think essentially everybody agrees the lobbying position is set out in the motion. Just to try and bring this to a close.
Are we agreed with the terms of the motion, and we will develop some lobbying strategy in order to encompass the points that have been made. Our next notice of motion, we will be required to withdraw delegation from the Social Work Services Committee. Are we content to do that? And the motion is proposed by Councillor Richard Brodie and seconded by Councillor John Martin. I'll pass on to Councillor Brodie.
Thanks, Leader, for taking this safe passage motion at short notice. And I thank John Dennis from the Dumfries TUC for bringing it to our attention. You remember that John's father, Karl Deutsch, and his family were delivered to Scotland from the dangers of Nazi Europe by the remarkable Kinder transport. 80 years later, anyone who has seen the plight of unaccompanied child refugees in holding camps cannot but help but be moved to thinking that Dumfries and Galloway should be doing its fair share to help out in this human disaster. By supporting this motion, we will be the first Scottish local authority to make this bold statement, leading the way for other councils to follow, to get support from the Scottish Parliament and UK Government to underwrite the support for the refugees. This motion calls upon the Council to use its resources to help fund up to 3 places for free children for 10 years. The nature of the statutory support is set out in the officer's report, which I am very grateful to the Social Work Services for preparing this at short notice. It's quite clear from the report that any volunteers taking part would have to have been through all the rigorous protocols to become a foster household and deemed suitable to look after vulnerable youngsters. The Council would help find places by working proactively with government agencies to play our part in any national initiative to help out this unacceptable situation. Scotland and Dumfries and Galloway has always played its part in helping find refuge for those in danger throughout the world. In the First World War, many Belgian refugees were made welcome by local communities. In the 1930s, many Basque children fleeing Franco's oppressive regime were found places in Scotland, and we gave homes to Jewish youngsters throughout this region as well. On the 3rd of December 1939, many hundreds of Dumfries and Galloway residents turned up at train stations and evacuation receptions to open their homes to children and mothers from Glasgow and other cities. So a few years ago, we also had an initiative which Councillor Martin will speak about taking refugees from Syria. By voting for this motion, we'll be once again showing our preparedness to do our bit for unaccompanied refugee children. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Just like to concur with everything Dick said there, except I was surprised it was being a thing on the Syrian resettlement. I'll say a bit on that. Like, as I say, it's our turn, this is the thing, our turn, and there's over 13 councils throughout the UK have agreed, already pledged to take in 1,350 of these unaccompanied children refugees. As I say, we're only being between, if you take it proportionally, we're being asked between us and the borders of that, it would amount to 3 children a year for 10 years to be taken in. We have already, due to the Syrian resettlement that we took in families there, we have already got experience of dealing with quite a few youngsters that came with them families. So we have got the experience to do that, as I say, and I really think that it's something we should be looking at, like, and especially with the numbers that's got to be involved, and hopefully the UK government, the Scottish government will put funding and that towards it. And it's completely volunteers, as Dick said, volunteers, but they'll need to go through the procedures to do that. And I think it's about time that it's bad enough the trauma that the adults suffered due to the war, Syrian war, etc. So you've just got to imagine the trauma these kids went through. So I think it's about time we give these children back their lives. So I'm pleased to second Dick's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, we obviously have taken in refugees previously. We have gained a lot of experience from that, and one of the things I learned about it as well is there's very, very complex. Every individual kid has complex needs and may require speciality services. So it's not just the council that needs to do this. It needs to be the housing, it needs to be the NHS, it needs to be support services that's there. And if we have the capabilities within this council to actually achieve that, I believe waiting on the UK government or the Scottish government for funding doesn't send out the right message either. We either can do it or we can't do it. If we're waiting on somebody, then it's a false promise and false hope to some kids that are out there waiting. But what you don't want is some of these kids have seen their mother raped, their families shot. So I think it's important we do have take a real hard look at this and look at the services that need provided and our capability to provide these. And yes, I'm all for taking in the refugees, but we can't just say yes and then I know there are procedures to go through that find fostering that. It's got to be within our capabilities to do that. And I think the kids that meet our requirements as well as theirs.
Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. I've got a background in supporting refugees, having been the Vice Chair of the Scottish Refugee Council, and some of the points that have been raised by Councillor Martin and Nicholson in particular are spot on. We need to make sure, and I'm sure this will already have been looked into, that the wraparound services are there. We've developed a lot of experience and expertise supporting the Syrian families who have come to Dumfries and Galloway. But unaccompanied child refugees present a whole different level, which I'm sure Lillian will be aware of in terms of their vulnerability and the not having the sort of family support around them. So hopefully that's all in place in terms of considering the additional support needs of the child refugees. But I'm just interested to know the figure of 3, can maybe have an explanation of where that number comes from in terms of the number of child refugees we're prepared to accept.
Yeah, the figure comes from the SDC motion, but also it's similar to the numbers we accepted for the other Syrian refugees that came.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. Assuming that this goes through, I'm not hearing a dissenting voice. I'm just wondering here, I'm taking cognizance of what Ronnie was putting across very well. It's the whole, and Dougie, I called it a wraparound service. We can't do this in isolation, the council. So I'd be happy if the council were wishing me to do so, to actually seek support from the NHS board and the IGB, so that we've got a full wraparound service here, because this is a long-term commitment and we should have everybody on board.
Can I make a suggestion? Actually, we had a report on the Syrian refugees at the Community Planning Partnership at the last, I believe it's 38 people have been resettled, and there's also been a baby born, so there's 39. Yeah, so Liz is here, and I think it might be something again that we, as it's reported to the CPP, it's maybe something that we could report to the CPP.
Yeah. By the end of this year, we will have, or we expect to have 38 adults and 40 children.
I'd just like to just come in and just advise members that we also, as well as the planned repatriation and Syrian refugee programme, we also have a significant amount of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children who arrive in region unannounced. And I think it's important that members understand the trauma that these young people have faced, and the absolute desire for us to assist them to rebuild their lives. But that comes with a real requirement for specialist intervention. And whilst we will always take that responsibility, and we always should, it does have a huge drain on our resources, both within social work services and other services. We should never be from the starting point in terms of looking, and certainly as a Chief Social Work Officer, that will never be my starting point. But I think in terms of understanding the impact for the local authority and trying to deal with some of the challenges that these young people bring. And also we do have a real problem in Dumfries and Galloway in securing foster placements, and it's been an ongoing problem in getting those families that are suitable to meet the needs of what can only be described as very damaged young people, and we should all work towards trying to offer that assistance, and I absolutely support that we should be doing that, but it's my job to point out to members the risk that comes with that to this local authority, and also the impact in terms of resources to social work services. And whilst we would receive some additional support from both the Scottish Government and the Home Office, sometimes it doesn't meet the absolute needs of those young people, and that shouldn't stop us considering it, but it's important that members make that consideration with the facts before them. So we will continue to work with our Syrian children. We will absolutely continue to accept those young people that arrive in our region unannounced and generally having experienced a significant adverse event and experience as a child.
And there are a number of third sector organisations also in Dumfries and Galloway, which also offer support as well.
There's a whole range of support already available, absolutely.
Okay, Councillor Carruthers.
So thanks very much for this motion being brought forward by both the members. When I read the report, and it's maybe just been touched on from Lillian there, so you do think, I wonder what the financial resource issues are in regards to this. Obviously the positive impacts are staring you in the face. So in recommendation 2.2, it talks about it's almost a caveat there in regards to UK government and the underwrite. So I just would like to clearly understand, what does that mean? Does that actually say, like, okay, we will do this subject to it being underwritten, and does that in real terms potentially stop us from actually carrying out what the council seems like it's wishing to do? Just a bit of clarity in regards to that. How can you say no to a motion like this?
I think the problem arises because in Scotland, where children are looked after, we have responsibility until they're 25, and that's not the case in England. Now, it's a position that COSLA has been campaigning on for some time as well, that where children are resettled here, or young people are going to be looked after in Scotland, that the funding for supporting them should be available until they reach the age of 25.
I could certainly confirm that, Leader. Children that are resettled in England, the Home Office will cease to give that financial support to local authorities when that young person reaches the age of 18. However, due to our processes of legal responsibility for young people, we would have to, if Council were to agree this motion, when those young people came into region, they would become accommodated and looked after by this local authority in terms of protection, and at that point we then as a local authority would be responsible for those young people up until the age of 26. So whilst again that should not be something that puts a barrier, it's important that members are aware of that, and we have lobbied, as Social Work Scotland have lobbied significantly through COSLA towards the Westminster Government to allow them to understand that this is different legislation in Scotland, and we have to be conscious of that.
So does that mean if at the age of 21 they decide to move across the border, we still have
wherever they decide to reside, we are responsible until the age of 26 once that young person is looked after and accommodated.
Councillor Brodie?
Yeah, I think we're proceeding on the basis that we understand that we have to work within our capacity, and Lillian set out what the needs are, that we need to have specialist people and wraparound care in place so that if before we agree to take these refugees, and also there's a caveat, as Councillor Cross says, that we're looking for a national response to it, because I think that's the only way we can proceed if it's part of a national response, and we're trying to lead on that, and the STUC is trying to lead on that and push it forward.
Hey, Councillor Ferguson?
It was part of what Lillian was so clearly describing what the obligations are on us. The reason I was mentioning the IGB is that the NHS's children's resources are actually delegated to the IGB, not the social care, the healthcare side. So I'm looking at Lillian, I think I've got that right, or am I half right?
No, it's partially correct. Children's services from the NHS in terms of their acute and primary services are delegated within the Health and Social Care Partnership. For other specialist services that come under public health, they are not delegated. They remain the responsibility of the NHS. For any looked after and accommodated child, there is a care plan developed after full assessment, and NHS multi-agency partners have a duty to cooperate in the delivery of that care plan. However, the impact on their resources would also need to be agreed through our Children's Services Executive Group.
Any further contributions? Happy to agree the motion? Great. Nearly there. Finally, the final item is an exempt item, and therefore we have to adopt a resolution to exclude the public from the meeting in terms of section 50A(4) and paragraph 1 of part 1 of schedule 7A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973. Are we agreed to do that? Okay.